You are on, sir.
Thank you. Welcome to the Wednesday, April 14th regular meeting of the governing body. It is now 4:06 p.m. and I call the meeting to order. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilor Rivera. We'll have a salute to the New Mexico flag led by Councilor Casut Sanchez, and then an invocation from Councilor Lindell, followed by any remembrances that individuals from the governing body would like to bring forward. So if you could please rise as you are able and
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Grant us the serenity to accept the things we cannot change, the courage to change the things we can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Does anybody have any remembrances? And I'll turn the meeting over to you, Mayor, as I can't.
thank you, Councilor. Any hands for someone who you'd like to remember at this moment? If we don't have any particular individuals, let's take a minute for all those who have suffered loss from COVID, from other times of stress and hardship during this past year, and give everybody our thoughts and prayers. Certainly we think about yet another young Black man who lost his life in Minnesota in another tragedy. We hope that there's peace in the community and that there's justice for all. So let's take a minute and offer our thoughts in silence. Thank you, everybody. As we begin, could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor Weber.
Present.
All right. Councilor Abeyta. Oh, Councilor Abeyta. I'll come back to him. I think I see him on, but his screen's blacked out. Councilor.
No, hang on.
Oh.
Councilor
there he
Abeyta,
is.
are you present? You're muted, Councilor Abeyta.
Oh yeah, sorry, something just happened to my computer. I got thrown off. So here, sorry.
No worries. I saw you. I just wanted to double check. Councilor Casut Sanchez.
Here.
Councilor Garcia.
Present.
Councilor Lindell.
Here.
Councilor Rivera.
Here.
Councilor Romero Worth.
I'm here.
Councilor Vigil Koppler.
Here.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Present.
You have a quorum, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Are there changes to the agenda before we get a motion to approve it? If not, can we get a motion to approve the agenda, please?
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion from Councilor Vigil Koppler to approve the agenda, and from Councilor Lindell to, there's a second from Councilor Lindell. Could you please call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Councilor Abeyta.
Yes.
Councilor Casut Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilor Garcia.
Yes.
Councilor Lindell.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Councilor Vigil Koppler.
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Agenda has been approved.
thank you. Item 7 on our agenda is then the consent calendar. Are there items to be removed from the consent calendar? Councilor Casut Sanchez, I see your hand.
Item C, please.
Item C is removed from the consent agenda. Are there other items to remove from the consent agenda? Counselor Garcia, your hand is up. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to remove item A for a matter of recusal, please.
Thank you for noticing. Any others? If not, can we get a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended?
Move
So
to
moved.
approve as amended.
Counselor Vihil Coppler has moved to
Second.
approve it as amended, and Counselor Lindell has seconded that motion. Could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes. Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
The consent calendar has been approved as amended.
And that brings us to item 8, which is the approval of minutes from our regular governing body meeting of March 31, 2021. Are there any amendments or changes to that? Counselor Garcia, you have the floor.
No, that was the old hand for consent calendar. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, it caught my eye. Are there changes to those minutes or amendments, corrections? If not, could we get a motion to approve the minutes from March 31, 2021?
Move to approve the minutes.
Second.
Counselor Garcia has moved and Counselor Vihil Coppler has seconded a motion to approve the minutes. Could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes. Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Minutes have been approved.
thank you. We move then to item 9 under presentations, and we have the regular COVID-19 update. I will give the floor to the city manager and our interim emergency management director, Brian Williams. City manager, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the governing body. I see Brian is in the attendees room. If somebody could let him in as a panelist. We will begin our quick report.
Drell, I just let him in, so he should be promoted shortly.
Thank you.
Sure.
And Kira, did you want to, I will pass the square box over to you to get us started.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councilors. Just to start, many of you have been following the news. Vaccinations nationally are way up, which is great. But we do want to keep our eye on hospitalizations as well. Nationally, we do see that hospitalizations are increasing for folks in younger age ranges than we've seen previously. So one alarming fact is that between March 1st and 23rd, hospitalization grew 633% for people aged 30 to 39 and 800% for 40 to 49-year-olds. So I don't want to start, I hate to start with the cautionary note, but I think we have to keep the cautionary in our minds as we now turn to the really positive picture that New Mexico is looking at right now. Many of you may have seen the news that we are #1 in terms of vaccinations given nationwide. New Mexico is #1 for a public health outcome in the nation. So I just want to take a moment to celebrate that and the great work of our state and local partners in getting all of those vaccinations out. More than 55% of people have received 1 shot statewide. 35% of our state is fully vaccinated. We've got 20 counties in turquoise, 3 in green, 10 in yellow, and none in red. And our hospitalizations are trending down. We've got plenty of bed capacity, and we're doing well in New Mexico. So we hope to keep that up. In Santa Fe County, we're even doing better. We've got 51.8% of folks with at least one shot. We've got 32.5% fully vaccinated, and 68% of our people are registered on the DOH website. So we've got a nice uptick. We can do more in terms of getting people to want and register for vaccinations, but we're doing really well. With that, I'd like to turn it over to our interim emergency manager, Director Brian Williams, who's been doing a really stand-up job coordinating our local vaccination events, and he can talk to what's happening locally. Brian?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors. Wonderful news. We've got our vaccination event up and rolling. We'll start number 2. We'll start tomorrow. We will have 11 more events going through the end of this month and into May. The goal is to vaccinate between 2,000 and 2,500 people a day. That will be based on people who have registered and have accepted an invitation or expressed an interest in the drive-through. We have no shortages of PPE within the city. We now have 23,000 masks in circulation at various locations throughout the city available to the public at no charge. I do want to express my great appreciation to the folks at Christus for all of their hard work in making this vaccination event a real success. They did ask that I mention that if there are people who are over 40 who are having trouble using the app, the state app, to register, they can call and someone at Christus will walk them through it. Rather than just blurt it out, I just suggest folks give me a call. My number's on the agenda, and I will direct them to the folks there at Christus so that they can get themselves registered. So, exciting stuff.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, thank you, Brian. I just also mentioned that our COVID report will continue, but we've in consultation with councilors Rivera and Casas Sanchez, we are going to be presenting that to you monthly. So you should see that next council meeting. Thank you.
City manager?
With that, we're happy to stand for questions.
Councilor Casas Sanchez, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First question, do we have to update our resolution? Ms. McSherry, I think that's probably a question for you to move it to monthly. You don't have to answer me now, but let me know, and Councilor Rivera and I can take that up. But I did want to ask about the vaccination events. Are they, so I know they've been happening at Midtown. Are they all happening at Midtown?
Councilor Casas Sanchez, right now the vaccination events that we're doing in coordination with Christus are happening at Midtown. And they're open to everybody in every part of the city. They're all being run through the DOH registration website. And so no matter where people live, they get the notification that they can come to Midtown and get their vaccination. Vaccinations do continue through Department of Health at Desert Sage Academy. And then, as many of you also know, pharmacies are doing vaccinations and our local clinics continue to do vaccinations as well. So I think Brian did a little bit of a projection. If we continue at this rate, we're in pretty good shape to get a very large proportion vaccinated in the next 90 days. We may get up to, I forget what your percentage projection was, Brian.
Could theoretically hit like 2/3 of the population of the city. Just a note, there will be a vaccination clinic specifically for 16 and 17-year-olds at Desert Sage this Saturday.
Okay, thank you so much. As I've brought up before about vaccine equity and people being able to access it, I think technically Midtown does have an maybe they are 87505, but my concern about the 87507 zip code and how we are ensuring that people not just are notified that they're available and that they can get them if they can get to Midtown, but for individuals that might have a harder time with transportation, I am unsure of how many pharmacies are over there. I know that it is a food desert. I don't know if it is also a pharmacy desert. And so I'm curious how we are addressing this, or, do we know if if people have been able to access vaccines on the south side for individuals that maybe cannot get to Midtown?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett Sanchez, thank you for the question. Department of Health doesn't give us the data by zip code, although we can ask them to see if they can pull that for Santa Fe. I will say that we have been in conversation around having our transit do some extra runs to transport people to Midtown. And we're exploring that possibility for people who may have transportation barriers, as well as other options. We looked at several sites at Midtown. As you all know, we did have an event at the Santa Fe Place Mall. It was not as logistically viable in the going forward. And we worked, and Brian, I believe, reached out to Councilors Rivera and Abeta for some direction on South Side locations. We continue to be interested in that, but there are a number of logistical that Midtown is best right now, although we remain open to other possibilities in the future. We're looking at the county fairgrounds as well in partnership with the county. But we have, had good uptick in terms of people getting to vaccinations. And as far as we know, we don't have a reason to believe that people, from the South Side are being underserved in vaccinations. We do have several clinics offering vaccinations on the South Side, La Familia being one of them. So hopefully we do continue to look at that issue and share your concern around vaccine equity.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. And I am happy to hear that there are vaccine sites on the South Side. And then I'm curious if we have reached out to any of the advocacy groups that are working on the South Side that might be getting different information, a little bit more accurate information than sometimes comes up through the official channels. I know I'm preaching to the choir with you here, Kira, but if we have been able to get in contact with any of those groups that might be able to give us some information about if there is still an access issue and what that is caused by.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett Sanchez, we can certainly do that. We also have the mayor's regular task force meeting has members of advocacy groups, including some Muslim Pueblo Bonito present, and issues have been raised around concern for restaurant workers in particular. So we can circle back and get that information to you on what we are hearing from them in terms of whether this increased capacity to vaccinate has been reaching the communities that we really hope and need them to reach.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you continuing to work on this issue and your attention there. No further questions.
Thank you. Councilwoman Villarreal, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the update, staff. And just wanted to know, where can folks find the comprehensive list of those vaccination clinics, the pop-up ones, the mobile ones? I think, is there like one location that we can find all that information to decide if it works for us or not?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Villarreal, the answer to that is actually no. And that is because we're really being directed by Department of Health that everyone needs to register through that site, and then they receive an event code and then location where they need to go. So it's not really sort of a shop around for the place that works for you methodology, which is not as it's been done in other states, but it's part of the reason we're number one in terms of being able to vaccinate, because we're a centralized and streamlined process. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, kind of. I was wondering if there was a way, if you didn't get messages, because the other day I was passing by Midtown, and I saw everybody waiting in line, and all those folks had gotten notifications, right? That's why they were there. They didn't just show up.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Villarreal, correct. They all had notifications and they all had the event code. And if they didn't, and they just saw the line and the sign, they might have joined the line, but then they were directed to register, and they were given help registering, and then they were directed to turn around. So
Okay.
DOH is pretty strongly controlling this process, and that enables us to really target who needs to get, the notification when. And there isn't really a lot of choice in terms of where you go to get your vaccine at this point, and that's per DOH.
Got it. Okay, thanks for the clarification. And thank you to your team, Director Ochoa, and to Brian Williams, the Christus staff. I believe the fire department was also involved with supporting that. So it was great to see the coordination. And I do want to give a shout out to my colleague, Councilwoman Cassette Sanchez, because she pushed this way long before this was happening about making sure we were getting people vaccinated and how the city would get involved. And I just wanted to give you a shout out. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vihel-Coppler, you have the floor.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up on Councillor Cassette Sanchez's question about this resolution and this report. Was it to be done? Was this report supposed to be given every council meeting or every month? By resolution?
Mayor, Councillor Vihel-Coppler, I'll defer to City Manager and City Attorney for that question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Vihel-Coppler. The resolution as passed was that the report and the presentation were every 2 weeks. We've had subsequent conversations with the sponsors about expanding that. When we first started, remember, we just covered the report, and then over the course of the evolution of this project, this existence really, we've expanded our presentation to cover the vaccination and a whole bunch of other things. So there was conversation with the sponsors about how often the report needed to happen versus the presentation. And so I think hence the councilor's question of, do we need a resolution to update the resolution around timing? And I would defer the answer to that question to our city attorney, but that was the.
Mayor Weber, Director LePan Hill, or Manager LePan Hill, do we want to make it more frequent or less frequent?
Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, I will let the councilors speak for themselves, but what was relayed to us is we could keep the presentations at each meeting, but move the written report to monthly while we evolve into this, or as we evolve in this.
Mayor Weber, councilors, and if we want to decrease the requirement, then an amendment would be appropriate.
Thank you for that, because it relates to something I brought up in the budget hearings earlier today, and that is maybe Ms. McSherry, you can answer. I'm beginning to wonder what force resolutions have, because we vote on resolutions, and I guess they're the will of the councilors. And does that mean that they can unilaterally be changed without coming back to the council?
Mayor Weber, councilors, I think that, so you're asking if you can amend a resolution without amending it?
Well, if any person, any administrator or mayor or city councilor can unilaterally not be obligated to follow a resolution without it coming back for changes or amendments to the governing body. In other words, are they just like promises, or what are they? Because I'm getting the sense that they really don't mean anything, but I think they do.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Vihel-Coppler, I think we have a broad category of resolutions that sometimes state a policy preference, they sometimes establish procedures. So you really have to look at each resolution to determine what the scope is, and potentially also, if they're a statement of preference versus requirement, that type of thing. And I think that is an interest of the governing body, perhaps, to create categories of resolutions too. Sometimes it's a ephemeral preference of one group of people. Sometimes it's an ongoing policy that we incorporate for years and years to come. So I think there's actually some interest in some folks to even delineate, the duration of certain resolutions and that kind of thing, because right now it's not clear how long they last and that type of stuff. So I think you raise a good question. That's probably a good conversation for us to have as we clean up our procedural rules going forward.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to understand that whether or not resolutions after being voted on by the governing body, do they have to be adhered to until changed by the governing body?
Mayor Weber, Counselor, depends on what they say. Some have a timeline outlined in them. Some are very specific to a particular incident. Some are a policy statement that might not have relevance later. So I think we'd really have to look at the particular resolution, what it said, and how it applies to a particular situation.
Okay, well, let's just talk about the one before us tonight, and that is, I don't have it in front of me, and I could be wrong, but my understanding, and according to the city manager, that resolution says that we are to have a COVID report every 2 weeks. And I'm assuming that was in writing. That's supposed to be in writing, but I could be wrong. So we don't have one in writing tonight. So that means we're not following the resolution intent. So are we able to, the mayor, the city manager, any individual counselor or staff, are they able to just not follow a resolution without coming back for amendment?
Mayor Weber, Counselor, I think we endeavor to follow the resolutions as we understand them.
Okay, well,
I don't have this one in front of me, but I can seek it out. I'm not sure if it says written or not. I just don't have it in front of me.
City manager, did you want to respond to that? I looked like you unmuted yourself for a minute there.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihel Coppler, I was just going to say, I think that was the question from the counselor who was the sponsor of the resolution, which is if we've recommended this verbal change, is verbal sufficient, or does it need to be an amendment to the resolution? I think that was the simply stated question, of which we then as staff would follow the modifications. This resolution, I believe, has an end date of June 30th.
Well, I understand, and I understand it may be cumbersome to do what you've been doing. I really get that. And maybe perhaps a verbal is probably just as well suited. I totally get that. But my question is a little bit broader in that how can anyone unilaterally go against a resolution that has already been voted on by the governing body without changing the resolution? And I don't want to belabor this point, but because I think I know my answer, because the city attorney said it has to be amended. And it seems to me you don't go forward with behavior or action until you've changed the resolution. And so I just want to make that point because I kind of see this happening a little more often, and I want to make sure that I understand it and that maybe we all closely pay attention to the resolutions we pass. If we know that we want to break them in the future, then maybe we shouldn't pass them. I don't know. It's just a broad question, but I'll get to the point of the intent here. And that is that I believe, certainly as you all do, that we shouldn't be letting up on COVID responsibilities, COVID enforcement. And the interesting and the part I look forward to about this report is enforcement. And I do like to see what has happened, what's transpired with fire department, police department, and how well that's going. And so I know that we don't have that today, but if I see that Chief Padilla is on board, and I don't mean to put him on the spot, but if he anecdotally remembers how well things are going, I would like to hear from him about how well enforcement is going.
Chief Padilla, do you have any, maybe not hard data, but some anecdotal reports about officer enforcement presence on the plaza, handing out masks, the kind of thing that you've been tasked with doing? I think Councilor Vihel Coppler would appreciate an update.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, councilors, nice to see you all this afternoon, to be placed here on the spot, but hey, it is what I do here. We're here to support you all, and that's why I was here on standby in case we went this route. But for my recollection, obviously, as we've all talked about, not having the the resolution in front of us that we had all verbally agreed that, hey, look, yes, providing a COVID report. And in my opinion, but who am I? This suffices and meets that COVID report. And then we agreed that the written report covering all the respective departments would be provided on that monthly direction. So, or the next meeting on the 28th would be that written report. But enforcement wise, we still have a total of 22 citations department wide since we've been in this pandemic. We have assigned an overtime assignment to have an officer or detective, whoever signs up for the opportunity to be in the downtown area, to educate and hand out masks as well and speak to the business owners to ensure that people are following the COVID safe practices that we're all trying to live by. As regards to the patrol officers, based upon their availability, they do their best, whether they're working in operation or they're responding to a call for service, to educate people and encourage them to wear their face coverings.
Chief, thank you. I know you weren't really put on the spot because I think you know what you're doing, so I don't feel sorry. But I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor. That's all.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Cho, you had your hand, Director Cho, you had a hand up. I don't know if you feel as though the question was adequately answered, or you want to.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihil-Coppler, I just wanted to clarify that staff is still keeping weekly records of everything that will appear in the monthly report, and at the will of the council, if you'd rather have the reports every council meeting, we can do that as well. So we'll await direction. We are continuing to compile all the data weekly in order to present them written monthly. The compilation is a little bit of an effort, so we appreciate the monthly opportunity, but we're willing to take direction, obviously, from the council as a body.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cho. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Brian, I have a quick question for you, if you could come back and join us for a minute. It's both a question and a thank you. I was over there, as you know, on at that first community clinic, and it was an extraordinary event with, as Councilwoman Veriel said, strong support, strong collaboration. Christus, Lillian Montoya was there, and Javier Gonzalez was there, and but we also had police and fire and National Guards people there, and you were there. I think the council would benefit from a brief description of all the players. Que Suave was there, music, the mood, and how many people we didn't do it. How many people Christus was able to vaccinate that in that one that one day event. I think it's worth just painting a brief picture, if you could.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the number for the day was 1,888. There were no wasted vaccines. Christus does have a protocol to round up people on short notice if they got a handful left. We had 12 left over at about 4:30, and they were able to rustle up enough people to get that those 12 doses vaccinated. Within the city, of course, your office, the city manager, my supervisor, Kira, the police department provided both patrol and their patrol aides to help manage traffic control. Fire department provided an ambulance and medics to staff the ambulance at the observation area. They will be providing additional personnel to help work the observation lines on our event tomorrow, starting tomorrow. National Guard, we had both Sam and Kurt from facilities here who work Midtown sort of on a regular basis. Regina's folks came in on a very much spur of the moment call. They answered the call and came in and watered the lot, which made a real big difference. It was a windy day and the dust was really kicking up, so we're really grateful for that. I don't off the top of my head have a number for how many Christus people, but it's significant. It's 50 plus. They've got, you know, a whole bunch of people doing different things, the vaccinators, the screeners, the people that prep the vaccine, They've got volunteers, they've got folks that marshal traffic. It's quite an operation to do one of these big drive-throughs. I can provide you a count at the next meeting, give you a better sense of the total. Am I missing anybody?
Public Works.
Yeah, I covered public, well, Regina and her staff. There was several things that they had helped us out with, and very grateful for that.
You earlier recognized our friends in the city attorney's office and some of the behind the scene work that went into it.
And I honestly did not know it was Be Kind to an Attorney Day, so you gotta.
Mayor Weber, councilors, that was yesterday, but yes.
But you might point out that there were some behind the scenes efforts to make sure that risk management and legal concerns were happily taken care of so that we could proceed with the event without any problems there as well.
Yeah, it's a wonderful team undertaking. It's really quite fun to be a part of such a, such a big, important event. And I was so pleased to see how many people got vaccinated.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I think those reports are really worthwhile. And I think if any member of the governing body wants to dip into any more details, or for all I know, Brian has photographs or video of it. It was a very celebratory event with people feeling quite excited about getting their vaccination.
By all means, and certainly welcome to come and visit. I would recommend coming at about 12 o'clock. Between 12 and 12:30 is when the team takes a lunch break. So you got a chance to come in and visit with folks and say hi, and that would be nice.
Terrific. Thank you, Brian. Kira, I have one follow-up question in the spirit of Councilor Vihil Coppler's concern about mask enforcement. We are focusing more and more effort and attention on the issue of vaccinations, and we continue to talk about testing, which you might want to speak to as well. But we're not out of the woods, and clearly masks continue to be an important part of the protocol. I'm seeing Councilor Maraworth nod in agreement because she was the council person who brought that forward to the governing body for consideration. So maybe you could lean into the issue of why masks still matter and what the number of ways in which we have helped distribute or produce masks and make them available. Because, as I said, we're far from out of the woods. The variants are very dangerous. They're taking a toll on younger people, as well as folks who are older may have gotten vaccinated because they are older. But continuing to focus on this seemingly simple, commonsensical protocol is an important part of what we need to do to continue to damp down on the spread.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, absolutely, masks and our mask ordinance remains a very key tool in fighting this pandemic locally. And Office of Emergency Management has put out 23,000 masks that are currently in circulation, and we've done that through our libraries, recreation and senior services, and that's so community-wide. And Chief Padilla and his team, as he mentioned, continue to enforce the wearing of masks when we have our bike patrols on the plaza beginning in May. That can be a special focus as well. And everybody should just continue to wear their masks because it's simple, and washing your hands and all the things that we heard about at the beginning of the pandemic, they remain operative. We've got children back in schools right now, and as we know, our children are not vaccinated under 16. They can transmit the virus, and one of the ways, the major way that we stop that transmission is through the wearing of masks. So thank you for the opportunity to reiterate the importance of that, and absolutely that remains a key tool.
Thank you. I see Councilor Garcia has his hand up. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to give a quick shout out to Brian. I know it's been a big undertaking for him. I spoke with him a couple of weeks ago as he was beginning to plan, and hopefully your gas tank is not exhausted. There's plenty of work to be done, and just thank you, Brian. I know sometimes it's a uphill battle, but Thank you for all you do.
Well done, Counselor. Thank you. Any other comments or questions on this presentation? Thank you, everybody. Very much appreciated. It is still a matter of great concern. We need to continue to test, wear masks, practice that physical distancing, use the hand sanitizer, use those basics. Common sense prevails, and get vaccinated. So we'll come back and revisit this next time. With that, the consent calendar, item A, was removed by Councilor Garcia. I'd ask the city clerk to read it, and then Councilor Garcia, you wanted to recuse yourself.
Yes, consent item 10A is the request approval of amendment number 1 to the State of New Mexico Aging and Long-Term Service Department contract. Sorry, it's number 20-0396 to decrease the total amount by $57,579 for the senior volunteer programs. And I believe Gino Rinaldi, our Senior Services Division Director, is available for this item if necessary.
Move for approval.
Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to recuse myself from this agenda item to avoid any potential conflict of interest.
Thank you, Councilor. I guess if you're going to leave the meeting, we'll call you back when we've gone. That said, is there a motion with this item?
Move for approval.
Is there a second? Councilor Abeyta has moved for approval. Councilor Vihel-Coppler has seconded it. On that motion, is there discussion? Seeing no hands, could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel-Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Abeyta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. If somebody could reach back out to Councilor Garcia and let him know that the item he recused himself on has been resolved, that would be terrific, and we'll wait for him to rejoin us. Hoping it can happen quickly. Welcome back, Councilor. As you connect to audio, that item has been resolved, so welcome back to the meeting. We then move to item C, which was taken off of consent by Councilor Cassett Sanchez. If the clerk could read that, please, for those who are not able to look at the agenda in front of them, for people listening or watching.
Sure. Item 10C is the request approval of the streetlight conversion contract with Public Service Company of New Mexico, also known as PNM, to convert PNM-owned streetlights in city limits to LEDs not to exceed $421,185, inclusive of New Mexico gross receipts tax. Our Public Works Director, Regina Wheeler, is available for this item.
Okay, can I get a motion?
Move to approve?
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
I heard Councilor Cassett Sanchez make the motion and Councilor Romero Worth second the motion. For discussion, I think probably the best thing to do, Councilor Cassett Sanchez, did you want to open with questions since you were the one who had it removed from the consent calendar?
Sure, that would be wonderful. I've moved this from the consent calendar for a couple of reasons. One, we had received a number of emails and there was an update that Ms. Aranda provided for us from PNM. And Jamie, I was hoping that you could spell that out a little bit more for us and for the members of the public who have been watching this item of what that update from PNM was and what it means for this project moving forward.
Ms. Aranda, could you give an outline of the PNM letters and agreements or positive assertions that you've brought to this meeting, please?
Sure thing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Cassett Sanchez. I also want to thank Director Wheeler. It's been a pleasure working with the city staff on this project, and I'm very excited about this project and seeing it through to fruition. I want to assure you all that PNM is committed to this project and to making it a smooth and inclusive process following the city's lead. So as you will see in your packets, we've also have a director of our operations who've submitted a letter reinstating our commitment to the project and being a part of the community engagement process. And we will be a part of the final design plan as well that will be submitted to the governing body for approval. Let's see, in the new packet right now, there is rate 20, which is the revised 16th rate 20, and that allows PNM to essentially add to the operational substitutes, so the replacement fixtures. So that's a key component to this project as we move forward. And as a regulated entity, we are just checking all of the boxes to go ahead and add to that operational substitute list currently. And with that, I can stand for any other questions.
Thank you. Councilor Cassett Sanchez, you still have the floor. But we're not here.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
So thank you, Jamie. I really appreciate you spelling that out for us. And then I did want to take the opportunity. I've had a lot of emails asking about the public engagement process. And so Director Wheeler, I was hoping that you could take the opportunity to update us on where we are with that, what that is looking like, and when these opportunities for engagement are going to be occurring.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Mayor, thank you so much for the question. Councilor Cassett Sanchez, yes, I'd love to give you an update on this process. You know, it's really a fortuitous turn of events that occurred when we first brought this project forward to the governing body on February 24th. Just in advance of that meeting, many members of the community reached out to us to let us know that our planned lighting, our lighting design at that time was really not best practices. And as a response to a lot of feedback, the governing body gave us direction to have this public engagement process to really gather input from the community's expertise, as well as understand all the goals and objectives and the responsibilities of the streetlights towards the community from a broad range of perspectives. And that's also codified in the city outdoor lighting code, right? It says we have to preserve the character of Santa Fe, we have to save energy, we have to promote safety and security. And so the public engagement process is a really great undertaking to make sure that we understand the goals of the community and really apply them to the lighting design. As you know, we launched the website a few days ago, along with a newsletter that gave everybody that was on the mailing list for the public engagement an update on the PNM developments with the new version of Rate 20. They're updating their equipment list and commitment to the community guided design. We announced the formation of a steering committee of cross-functional representation from the community to give us really in-depth engagement in the lighting design process. And that committee met last night for the first time and had a very productive, respectful and thoughtful and valuable exchange of priorities. There'll be notes from that meeting that we'll definitely share. There are 5 demonstration sites that will start to be installed today, actually, across the city, and those locations are on the website, and they will go. We're planning a grand opening, we believe, on April 23rd. They'll probably be functional before then, and we'll notice that on the website as well as with an update to the email list. So we're really thankful to the community for catching this opportunity. We are now engaged in pursuing Dark Sky City designation and talking with the International Dark Sky Association. They're working with us to help us understand what it takes to do that, but they feel as if we're totally on the right track. And we've been engaging other stakeholders like NMDOT in conversations with their lighting specifications, although we haven't met with them in about a month and have just had email communications in the past month. So this project is now pushing the boundaries of just about every regulation there are around streetlights. So we're going to be a leader in the state, if not in the country, about how to do a community engaged lighting design process and implement streetlights that really preserve the character while we gain the benefits of saving the energy and reducing our costs and improving our reliability. So thank you so much for that question.
Councilor Casas Sanchez, you still have the floor.
Much, Director Wheeler. I really appreciate you providing that information, and I know all the work you and I have had a few conversations about this, and so I really do appreciate all the work that you've put into this. I've received a couple emails, and I do want to clarify for members of the public, and I even sent you an email. There are some LED lights that are installed around our city. Are those part of the demonstrations?
Mayor, thank you so much for the question, Councilor Casas Sanchez. Actually, there are approximately 200 existing LED lights that crews have installed over the last 10 years. They are not part of the demonstration, and they will be switched out as part of this project so that they match our community guided lighting design. In fact, some of the lights are 5,000 Kelvin, which was never even under consideration in this project, but it is the type of light that 10 years ago when LED started was very common to be installed, and it is part of why you see those really outraged communities responding to LED installations, because they were the 5,000s at the time. We also have about 104,000 Kelvin lights that are installed around the city. Most of these are at intersections where they were really trying to achieve better lighting and reliability using the newer technology, as well as in a couple of stretches of road here and there where they were trying to achieve the same thing. And so we're going to make that. I'm so glad that you raised that. And right as soon as you noticed, Councilor Casas Sanchez, other councilors noticed lights and other residents noticed lights that have actually been there for almost 10 years. But we will we'll switch them out, and we'll also want to make the public aware of where those are so that it's not confusing that that's what we're talking about switching to.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate it. And, you know, this is the intersection right next to my home that I saw one. And so I've been driving, you know, down the street. This home's been in my family for 12 years. And I've never noticed it, but I do think it's actually a really nice opportunity for when the installations do go up, is to being able to see the comparison. So I encourage people to continue to notice the LED lights, and then I think it'll be really great for the community to be able to see the comparisons, and we can really get feedback on that. So I'm looking forward to that. And then you did mention the number of, you have the steering committee, you've been reaching out and speaking with somebody at International Dark Skies. Will there be opportunities, specifically, most likely when we're voting on the lighting design, that we might be able to hear from some of these really engaged members of the public, as well as some of these experts who have really been dedicated to dark skies? And will we have an opportunity to hear from them at some point?
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, we have asked that the steering committee members be available at that council governing body meeting. So I'm sure a number of them will be attending. And we also will be definitely reaching out to, we have reached out to International Dark Skies Association to have one of their representatives involved with the second steering committee meeting when they're reviewing the lighting design, as well as to speak to governing body. And we actually need to do work with them, because as an international dark sky, as a dark sky designated community, it's not just about our streetlights, but it's about our ordinances, right? Because what you'll see, and people will become more aware of this now, is that there are probably 5,000 Kelvin lights being installed in convenience centers and gas stations. And so one of the things about becoming a dark sky designated community is we'll want to be managing what's installed by the private sector as well as the public sector. So we'll be engaging other directors in the city to go through processes to update and improve our ordinances to really protect our dark skies and our character.
Wonderful. Thank you. I really appreciate the update, and I appreciate all the work, and I look forward to, as we continue to learning more about all these different aspects that we have to be looking at for these pieces. So, and I do want to thank the members of the public that really did reach out to us and really raised our awareness. I know that I've learned a lot about LEDs in the last month that I had no idea I'd be learning about. So I do really want to thank the members of the public for speaking out to us, and Regina for taking this on, and Ms. Aranda and PNM for their partnership. So thank you all.
Thank you. Councilor Garcia, your hand is up next. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Ms. Aranda, for coming and joining us today and providing the clarification. I know that before there was the correction, there was lots of concern from the community that the language was going to allow for adoption of certain lighting. And I think with the clarification you provided, it ensured that we have not established a plan yet. So I do appreciate that confirmation. I just guess I want to ask for the public's sake, there's nothing in this contract that would prohibit us from adopting lighting 3,000 Kelvin or lower.
Ms. Aranda?
Mayor Weber and Councilor Garcia, that's correct.
Okay.
The new language will allow us to add additional operational substitutes to Appendix A in that rate 20.
Great. Thank you so much for clarifying that. I really appreciate it because as I've mentioned before, there's 26 cities across the country that adopted 3,000 Kelvin or lower, you know, cities like Los Angeles, Washington, DC, Phoenix. I mean, I think we need to join that list and become the 27th, if there's not already a 27th. I think that's a goal that we as a community need to work towards and ensure that throughout this process, that's the end goal. We touched a little on the steering committee, and since we touched on that, I do want to thank Public Works Director Wheeler for being willing to issue a clarification, because I think myself and some of the other councilors felt concerned in regards to the way that Delkia did reach out and promote that the governing body had a hand in the steering committee, which we didn't. The governing body was not consulted. At least I can only speak for myself. So with that, I appreciate you making that clarification, and just want to state that for the public record that the governing body did not select the steering committee, and I did not recommend any names for that. Given that the contract before us kind of has a should not exceed value to it, I guess my question is there a reason why we couldn't have adopted a lighting plan, then sign this contract? That way we can know the total value. And the reason I'm just thinking in the sense of planning, is there a reason why we couldn't have, in that sense, like I said, adopted the plan, began to work on rechanging out the city's lighting, and then began to work and approve this contract? So why are we kind of going backwards in this instance for this contract?
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, I'll answer first, and then JB may have something to add. It's not at all going backwards, actually. We wanted to have an integrated project with PNM at the table at the same time, talking about and planning for and coordinating the conversion of their lights, since it's almost half of the lights in the city. So for instance, Jamie was at the steering committee meeting last night. Her team and the Dalkia team and the city team have been meeting for weeks and weeks. And this is without a contract for PNM and actually for Dalkia for some of the time. But and then they need to do some procurement to procure the services for the performance of our conversion. And so that's a really important piece that PNM has actually been moving forward with that without the contract, even though it would be a preference not to do that work without it. So it really, and then they'll need the lead time to order the equipment. And we don't want to have it a situation where we're changing some people's lights in the cities and not everybody's lights. And that was actually stated last night at the steering committee as an important goal and priority for them, is uniformity across the city and equal treatment across the city. So if we didn't have the PNM contract in place at the same time, like as soon as, like right now, they wouldn't be prepared to actually deploy the conversion at the same time. It also gives us this very unique opportunity to actually go every single light pole to every single light pole poles in the project. Whereas if PNM's lagged, then half of the light poles we're not touching and looking at, and we've got to track it that way. And so we think that there's a lot of efficiencies and equity, as well as public engagement benefits to having PNM really at the table for the whole project.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that clarification. And I do understand the inequities of having some lights changed down and some not. I just had the question, why not wait? I mean, because we're not going to have an army of folks changing lights out one day and half the city have new lights and half not. I think it's a plan that's going to take place over the next couple months. And if I'm not mistaken, the plan is supposed to be kind of coming before the governing body this summer. So it to me, it's not an exorbitant amount of time that some folks would have different lights than others. But I do understand the inequities. In regards to the demonstration lights, because we do have 5,000 Kelvin lighting currently in the city, we're not utilizing those locations that have 5,000 Kelvin lighting as a site, correct?
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, actually, Frenchie's Field is one of the places where we will be having a demonstration site, and across the street from Frenchie's Field, actually, there are some 5,000 Kelvin lights. So it ends up that it's a special opportunity to really compare and contrast technologies, even ones that we wouldn't put up in our demonstration, but really to say, yeah, this is the old 5,000, ours are not that, and really compare that. So that one I do think coincides. And the existing LED lights are really sprinkled throughout the city, and so I'm not sure if any of them are on the border of any of the other demonstration sites.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And I guess my concern now, because it is part of a demonstration site, it could skew opinion, because you have one extreme and you're going to go to a very far extreme, and that is going to make both extremes very different. And I think when you've got that vast of an extreme, we shouldn't have determined that as a demonstration site. I want to make sure folks have the clear understanding of the potential opportunities of lighting. And since 5,000 Kelvin is not even on the schedule of opportunity, it should not skew the information. And that's in that instance. I see your point you're trying to make, but it should, because it's not in the menu of options, it should not have been a demonstration site. So if there's a way for us to look at and changing out that location, I would greatly appreciate it. With the new website that was established on Monday, it's collecting information from folks that want to submit their written comments. What I would respectfully ask is that once that comment period closes, that all submitted information be sent to all governing body members. That way we can have a clear understanding of what the written comments submitted by the public were. Similar to other fashion, when we get written comments submitted, I want to ensure that I'm able to digest every bit of information we can as we're determining what this lighting plan is. With that, I think, I wish us luck as we undergo this process. As I mentioned in Public Works on Monday, there's already been lots of concerns from community members about the process, and even expressed concerns from folks that have been selected to be on the steering committee. I don't know if those concerns were alleviated after last night's meeting. I would hope so, but I do ultimately hope that this is a fair and transparent process, because as we were reviewing the prior contract, it did seem like there was already an established plan in place. And I hope that we've kind of been able to be nudged away from that and are listening to the community and are listening to the experts and willing to take that walk hand in hand with them in regards to adopting the lighting that the community ultimately wants, and not the lighting that some other entity might be saying that's best for our community. With that, no other questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Vihel-Coppler, your hand is up and you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I thank you, Jamie, for Ms. Aranda for being here and expressing your support on behalf of PNM. It's always a pleasure to see you. I wanted to ask Regina Wheeler, Ms. Wheeler. As you know, I was a little taken aback about the statement that the city councilors were invited to recommend to the steering committee. And I just heard Councilor Garcia say you issued a correction. Can you restate that?
Yes, Mayor, Councilor Vihel Coppler. Councilor Garcia had mentioned it in the Public Works Committee when he looked at the newsletter that said that the steering committee had been formed from councilors, advocacy groups, and community groups. And we had actually derived that as a loose, because we had approached many of the advisory committees. So we approached the BPAC, the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee for a representative, and Councilor Garcia chairs that. We approached the Public Safety Advisory Committee, and Councilor Rivera chairs that. And we approached the Mayor's Committee on Disability that does not have a council chair. So it's sort of, we were being liberal with the statement that councilor input was involved, since we were referring to the advisory committee committees for membership. So we did remove that word from the sentence of how the steering committee was formed.
Because the email that was sent out by Dalkia did say, as you know, because I copied you on it, that all counselors recommended, or it says counselors recommended members to the steering committee. And I asked that it be corrected, and I never got a reply. So I wondered, I don't know that was done. So it's not correct. And if counselors did get to a point, I would like to know who those counselors are.
Thank you for that question. I thought I had responded to you, but I did let Councilor Garcia know, and I must have not let you know that we did take it. We corrected on the website. The newsletter was like an excerpt from the website, and so we corrected it on the website. And it didn't say that counselors, it just said the steering committee was formed with input from counselors, advisory groups, and community-based groups. And
okay,
it was, and so we did change that.
Okay, and then is there a reason that we don't know who those steering committees are, or do we know? I don't know.
Yes, thank you for that question. Yes, there is actually. We discussed it with the steering committee last night, and I think I said it. I think at Public Works Committee that because of the sort of aggressive and volume of emails that have been coming to people involved in this project, we felt like we hadn't. We wanted to ask the steering committee members if they were up for having their information made public for that kind of exposure, and they actually asked last night that we not make their contact information public. But they would be, they are exchanging it amongst themselves so that they can have a robust dialogue among the different perspectives. And then they'll be available. Most of them, or many, will come to the governing body meeting with the design. But I do have a list. We asked them to self-identify what groups they represented last night. And we're going to type this up in our notes so that you'll have it. But I could run through it quickly if you'd like to hear the representation groups. It's really great.
Before you do that, I just wanted to ask, are you speaking about the groups they represent or their names?
The groups they represent was what I was going to share with you.
Okay, and then so I was going to ask the city attorney, Ms. McSherry, if this is a public, I don't know if these were, well, who appointed the steering committee? Maybe I should ask that, Ms. Wheeler.
The staff did. We
Okay.
invited people that had sent us emails and groups
Okay.
that we thought would need representation.
Thank you. So then I would ask Ms. McSherry, if this is a public, well, I guess publicly appointed body, I'm assuming if staff is public, then can we keep that under wraps? Or is it permissible to not disclose?
Aaron?
Mayor Weber, councilors, it sounds like this is an informal group that's being used by staff to help them make some recommendations to the governing body. So certainly if there's an IPRA file, then there's public records that include names, those would be disclosed.
So if I want to know the names, do you suggest I file an IPRA?
Mayor Weber, councilors, I don't know the concerns of this group.
Well,
Why-
I'm only asking in terms of public information and transparency. That's why. I mean, I think the city councilors, we do a lot of hard work and they seem to find us. You know, I don't know. I'm wanting to know if there's any reason or anything that the city can say that these names have to be redacted, I guess.
Mayor Weber, councilors, I don't think the names would be redacted from any public records. There's no basis to redact them.
So if I wanted a list of names tomorrow, I could get it?
I actually don't have a record like that, and we discussed that at the meeting last night. Cheyenne Ernst from Dalkia has been the one that's been spearheading this. We've been I've been letting her know where to look, and she's been coordinating the people. I did meet them last night, but the list that's being generated hasn't been shared with me. We spoke about that specifically. It's not, like I told the steering committee last night, this isn't like a huge, gigantic deal. We were just trying to be sensitive to the aggressive nature and the volume of the emails that we've all been experiencing. And I just felt like that members of the public that offered to spend their time helping us should be either warned or given the opportunity to avoid that. But it's not we can do whatever needs to be done. But I would love to share with you the representation on the committee, because I think it's a really beautiful, and I think it's a model that's helpful. We are also using a third-party facilitator so that it's not just staff, it's a more objective. We have a representative from the Santa Fe group of the American Institute of Architects. We have a representative from the Public Safety Advisory Committee, a rail yard business and homeowner. They live and work in the rail yard. Tierra Contenta resident, a representative from the Mayor's Committee on Disabilities, a representative from the Sierra Club, a representative from the Audubon Society, a representative from Canyon Road Neighborhood Association, a representative from the Southwest Santa Fe Advocates, a self-proclaimed reasonable lighting advocate, and another resident from the rail yard are the representation that we have on the committee.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll just follow up on my comments after the meeting. The last question is, I don't know if it's probably for you, Ms. Wheeler. With the potential PNM merger, is this going to affect the contract?
I'll let Jamie answer that.
Rhonda, you're shaking your head no. Why don't you speak to the question, please?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Vigil Koppler, no, the merger will not have an impact on the contract. And the project should be done, I think, even before the merger is complete.
Okay, thank you very much. That is all, Mayor.
Thank you. I believe Councilor Garcia, your hand was up next, and then Councilor Lindell, you have the floor after that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make a quick statement for clarification for public record that BPAC was not consulted on this. So I don't know where Ms. Wheeler got that information from. I know that they had requested to present at BPAC the day of the meeting, and I did not allow that for public transparency means. If we're going to have a presentation given to BPAC during the process, I want the public to be able to have advance notice to be able to participate in that meeting. So I just want to state BPAC did not consult on the steering committee membership.
If I could, Mayor and Councilor Garcia, actually, we worked with your staff liaison to make recommendations to the committee for a BPAC representation.
But that's not BPAC. So I think I don't want to represent that as BPAC. So with all due respect, please don't misrepresent it that it came from BPAC.
Any other comments, Councilor Garcia?
No other comments, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councilor Lindell, you have the floor.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. So just want to make a few comments on this. I remember in 2014, when I first got it in my head to run for council. And I thought, wow, changing out the street lights to LEDs, that's a good idea. Well, that was 7 years ago. Little did I know then, and little did I know now, how complicated and how controversial changing out streetlights would be. It's been a long process already. We've all gotten lots of emails over it. And now we are pursuing a, help me out, Ms. Wheeler, is it night sky designation? Yeah.
That's correct.
Which is terrific. And I want to thank staff and everybody that's worked on this, because it's been far from simple. Emotions have run high on it. And I don't think in every given moment, everyone has presented their very best self on this project. But I'm grateful for the work that's been done on it, the efforts, and it's not easy. If it was easy, we would have done it 7 years ago. So that's how long it takes. And we continue to work on it. And I just want everyone to know I'm very, very grateful. And Ms. Wheeler, thank you for continuing to persevere with this. It's a lot of work. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor.
Anyone else from the governing body have a question or comment? I would just build on what Councillor Lindell said. I think what we're hearing tonight is a tremendous report on progress and on responsiveness and on a willingness of both PNM and the Public Works Department, the Dalkia folks, as well as the community members and the outside experts that Director Wheeler has reached out to provide outside input and guidance. It's a complicated subject. I think Councillor Casas-Sanchez hit the nail on the head when she said we've all gotten an education on lighting and the difference between Kelvin and other measurements of light intensity and lumens. It's a tremendous education for the governing body. It's a community education and an opportunity for everybody to participate in something that is quite essential to our city. And I said to Director Wheeler that I thought that this project has really been a very beneficial one for all of us on a number of dimensions. Not the least of which is that it has once again highlighted the deep love that people have for the way Santa Fe feels. It's not just how much light you have or whether the light looks a certain way. It's what the feel of Santa Fe should not be sacrificed for technology. And it's yet another example of how important it is to continue to consult the community on items of change, whether it's a housing development project, a land use issue, or in this case, a lighting and technology issue. Everything affects how the city looks and feels. And we know how the community feels about that very sensitive issue. We started out, as Director Wheeler pointed out, there was a plan to move ahead, and she and her team, along with PNM, along with Dalkia, opened up the doors to a broad-based community engagement process that would lead us to an outcome that everyone in Santa Fe can participate in and ultimately hope, feel good about, and ultimately lead us to a dark sky city designation, which would be a tremendous achievement for Santa Fe. yet another example of community engagement producing real leadership. So I don't want the hard work and the effort to be responsive and to take on a project that is not only technologically difficult, but economically, environmentally challenging, and now is setting a new standard for how we attempt to engage with community input and take it into the leadership position in designing this project. It's really worth celebrating as opposed to criticizing. I find it something that this community should embrace, and that our team, both at Public Works and our partner at PNM and our partner with Dalkey, and now our partner with the folks at the International Dark Sky Communities, can all feel like we are producing a tremendous effort on behalf of the city and its future. So I think the tone and the temper of this project ought to be one of great gratitude, celebration, and openness to these test sites that will give everybody a chance to check in. I do have one question, Director Wheeler. Imagine that I drive to all five of the different little beta sites. How do I put my feedback into the process? Where do we have a little mailbox where I write a note? Do I go online to the website, and if I'm not web capable, can I leave a voicemail? What's the process that is going to permit people's voices and input after they check out the 5 or so different model sites? Where do you collect the feedback that our governing body members are so eager to see and hear as well?
Thank you for that question, Mayor. For sure, there's a form on the website to give input after your thing. We're also talking about having staff present at some times and inviting people to meet with us and give their feedback verbally. I really like that idea of actually being face-to-face with people to get feedback and thoughts about the lights. And so I think we expect, I believe, to announce a grand opening on April 23rd, where there'll be staff at all the sites and we'll be able to, answer questions and get feedback. We're still developing all the feedback mechanisms. And Jamie, I don't know if you have more details about maybe a mailbox at the sites is a good idea, so that you can either write them down if that's your preference, or go online and do it, or give us a call. We definitely have a dedicated phone line now that is on the website that people can call with their feedback or questions. So that's another route, but we'll definitely provide more information about all the mechanisms for feedback and participation, and update that in the website, and then send out a email and Facebook posts.
Thank you. I think we would all feel like it'd be great to be updated on the feedback, the visits. If you're going to do scheduled opportunities for people to have a group come and participate, different ways to really make it as robust and as inclusive as possible. I think it's again, the spirit of trying to make the city look and feel the way we want Santa Fe to look and feel at the end of the day. Because as we've heard from the emails and the voices, when we do this, we don't want to do it wrong and have to redo it. We want to get it right. Any other questions or comments at this time? I appreciate Jamie, Ms. Aranda, thank you for being here. You're very generous with your time, and I'm impressed that you were there last night as well to participate in the community advisory group. That's terrific dedication on your part.
Thank you, Mayor Weber, and thank you, governing body. I appreciate your time tonight.
Any other comments at this time? If not, could the clerk please call the roll on the motion?
Yes. Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vigil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell.
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. And thank you again, Ms.
Thank you.
Aranda and Director Wheeler and everyone else who was in the background, making sure that this got corrected and brought forward with the right information. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, governing body.
Madam Clerk, take us to the next item, please.
Item 11A, the request for the approval of the National Cooperative Purchasing Alliance, also known as NCPA Cooperative Master Agreement, which would allow the city to utilize contracts procured through NCPA as an additional procurement method citywide. Yodel Katnak is available for this item, Mayor.
Thank you. Can we get a motion on this in a second, and then we'll move to a discussion?
Move to approve.
There's a motion from Councilor Romero Worth to approve,
Second.
and a second from Councilor Lindell. And Ms. Katnak, do you want to present to the council?
Yes, good evening. We have another cooperative agreement that we would like the governing body to approve tonight. There is a few cooperative master agreements that the city has approved. One of them to be CES, the Cooperative Education Services. That is more for schools, but local government entities are able to utilize those contracts also. We also have Sourcewell, that used to be named NJPA. And the other two are mainly for fire. And this particular one is National Cooperative Purchasing Alliance. And they would give us an additional access to be able to use as a procurement method. They currently have about 300 contracts. And when they solicit, they advertise in the USA Today and their website for a minimum of 30 days. So there is currently 90,000 entities, which is local government, schools, and also healthcare that are utilizing this nationwide cooperative agreement. And we're hoping that the city of Santa Fe will consider and approve to give our city departments more access to look at cooperative agreements and cut some of the time on doing an RFP if they can find a really good price with one of the companies.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera, your hand is up, followed by Councilor Vihil-Coppler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Nodell. So in the past, we've used some of these other contracts that you mentioned, and then the question of why didn't we go out to bid or why didn't we do something different has come up. But NCAA does the bid process for you, is that correct? So
yes,
this is really taking that time away from staff?
Absolutely. And when they do the bid, they're advertising in a nationwide newspaper, US Today. So sometimes they're actually getting throughout United States, I mean, sometimes even outside of United States, right? If they're paying attention and they submit a response, but it's giving more access of what's out there, especially when they're looking for something specialized. When you go through the list, you'll see that there's a lot of companies we're already utilizing that they may have a statewide price agreement. And sometimes the requesting department can verify what's the better price. Is this one a better price, or is the state of New Mexico statewide price agreement a better price? So it gives us a little bit more information.
Thank you. And since these national groups like NCPA and HGAC, they they really do bid process, but really with the whole nation, they typically have the best prices out there. Is that correct? Like compared to New Mexico, who may only attract a small amount of bidders. Is that true?
I think it depends on what solicitation is sent out. So I think that probably varies because the statewide price agreement that we have, I mean, they have hundreds also, probably even thousands, to tell you the truth. Sometimes there's some really good pricing. So it really does depend on the solicitation and then the response.
So this is just another option to try to find the best price for whatever product you're looking for.
Absolutely. We're just trying to give requesting departments more avenues. Even if they're choosing not to go with one of these companies, they at least have some really good information of what is the competitive price for whatever tangible or services that they're looking for. So it really helps them to have those tools at hand before they even start, if they chose to do an RFP or if the RFP locally was going to be the best interest for the city.
All right. And then if, let's say we wanted to purchase something from company X and NCPA, they've already gone through this bidding process, so that you couldn't solicit them and ask them for a better price, could you? They're sort of bound to this agreement. Is that true?
Well, you can always ask for a best and final. So even with our own RFP process, we can actually select a vendor, but we can always ask for a best and final. It's their choice if they choose that they're staying with that pricing, but absolutely, we can always ask for that.
Thank you. And is there a cost associated if you decide to use one of their vendors?
No, this is free access. We just have to get the proper authorization.
Okay.
And that's internally why we're asking for the proper authorization.
Very good. Thank you. That's all I had, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Vihil Coppler, you are next. You have the
Thank
floor.
you. Ms. Katnack, I was wondering, is it possible for local companies to get on this list?
Oh, yes. If they keep their eye out on US Today, they would be able to see what type of RFP is out there. And if it's something that fits their company, more power to them. They should definitely look at that, not just with this company, but also the other cooperative agreements that we have. CES and Sourcewell, same thing. They have their own avenue on how they advertise. I encourage local companies to do that because that's going to help their company to be able to get more business and their name out there.
And I ask because we have a motto, buy local, but with most of these companies, they're not. And so is there a way that we can let our local businesses know, because they might not know that this even exists? How do they find out if they don't even know to ask?
It's a constant communication with companies. I've been with the city for a long time, and I always suggest to the companies when they're inquiring on something, let's say they just missed a deadline, right? And I always suggest to them that they really should look on how they can be a response to one of the RFPs with these cooperative agreements that we have already in place. And then of course, with the state of New Mexico, because the more that they're able to respond and do that work, then they're already on the list when people are looking for services, not just with the city of Santa Fe, but other counties and schools.
Thank you. I think it's a good idea to, cut down on the red tape and certainly to get better pricing.
Yes.
But it's also a good idea to keep our business in Santa Fe too. And maybe it would be somehow we could communicate with the Chamber of Commerce and let them know that that there is this opportunity to get on this price list, or whatever it's called, and maybe that'll help us keep our business in Santa Fe.
Okay,
So
I'll
it's
take
just
that to
interesting.
know with my supervisor and we'll see how we can reach out to them.
And that's all I have. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Abeyta, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I think as we were talking, what dawned on me is this is actually good that we're doing this for the local businesses, because if they learn about it, then they can participate, and places from other states, other countries can contact them now for business out of state and out of. So I just I'm seeing more than just one benefit to this. I think it's this is a good thing that you've done, and if we can get the word to them, they would be wise in participating, because it might actually generate more local, not local business, but more potentially international business for local Santa Fe companies. So thank you for that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other comments or questions on this item at this time? If no one else has a question, could we call the roll on the motion?
Yes, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you, Ms. Padnack. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Could you take us to the next item, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes. The next item is item 11B. This is request for approval of amendment number 1 for contract 20-0231 to amend the joint funding agreement with the U.S. Geological Survey with the United States Department of Interior. It's commencing the expiration, changing the expiration dates to be March 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2021. And Alan Hook, our Water Resources Coordinator, is available for this item.
Thank you. Can I get a motion on this?
Move for approval.
I heard Counselor Rivera make a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I heard Councilwoman Villarreal make a second. So we have a motion, we have a second. Mr. Hook, could you address the governing body with a brief explanation, and the public who are listening and watching?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. So yes, this is an existing contract through intergovernmental agreement called a Joint Funding Agreement with the Department of Interior Geological Society. The intention of this is sort of pre-fire mitigation efforts, protecting our watershed. We have an existing contract now. Part of the issue was, COVID hit us during this year. And so protocols changed for the USGS, delayed our implementation. We got the PO about the end of September, which you may or may not know. October 1st is the beginning of the federal year. So given these delays, basically the feds, the USGS wanted to change the dates. So it'll be implementing this year and then finishing up the end of fiscal year 2022, which will be June 30th. So staff is recommending, we don't have to sign a new agreement for both parties. We just needed to amend the first page, which is pretty much the commencement and expiration date. So with that, staff recommends the approval of this memo and the modification. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hook. Are there questions about this item and the amendment to the agreement? Seeing no hands, could the clerk call the roll on the motion, please?
Yes, Counselor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Item has been approved.
Thank you, Mr. Hook.
Thank you.
Could you take us to the next item, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item 11C is request for approval of request to publish notice of public hearing on May 12th, 2021 to solicit public comment on the 2021-2022 annual action plan to be submitted to HUD. And Alexandra Ladd is available for this item.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve has been
Second.
made. Councilwoman Villarreal, seconded by Councilor Garcia. Ms. Ladd, do you want to speak to this item and give the governing body and the public an overview of what this entails?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body. The annual action plan is the document that the city turns into the Department of Housing and Urban Development every year, 45 days before the program year starts. And the purpose of the action plan is to describe how CDBG funds will be used in our community for the upcoming year. We also include some information about local funds and other funds, but the number that HUD really cares about is the CDBG grant. We are just beginning the public outreach process right now. We have a survey on the city's website, and the plan itself is also available for public review via the city's website. Normally we have paper copies, but we don't have any of those copies distributed at public locations this year for the same reason we didn't last year. So we will work with members of the public. If there is somebody who needs a paper copy, we can always work with them. The review period lasts until May 12th. So we will also, I'll send some information directly to you if any of you are interested in distributing to your networks the links and the information on how the public can participate. That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Ladd? I don't see any hands. Could the clerk please call the roll on the motion?
Yes, Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Betha,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vigil Coppler,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. And thank you for the offer of the links and the ability to distribute broadly so public input can be facilitated. That's a good idea and we should take you up on that. Thank you. I noticed that it is about 12 minutes before 6, which is when our evening session is supposed to begin. And I also note that the item number 12 is the Midtown overview, which typically takes us at least an hour to walk our way through, ask questions, and get fully briefed on. I wonder if there is a desire to move the Midtown update till the end of the evening agenda so that we don't hold the public hearings that are waiting for us at 6 o'clock. Well, the petitions from the floor and the public hearings, delay them by at least the kind of hour that it usually takes us to go deep into Midtown updates. I would recommend that personally.
I'll make a motion to move item number 12 to our evening session.
How about to the end of our evening session?
Sure. To
Second.
after our public hearings.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And there was a second from Councilor Lindell, I believe.
Correct.
Could the clerk call the roll on the motion, please? Oh, I'm sorry. Councilor Vigil Coppler, I saw your hand too late. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I wondered, does that mean that Midtown will be heard at the very last of the evening?
Yeah.
So I believe there's many people in the public who are very interested in this item as well. So I'm not sure moving it accomplishes the intent.
Well, it certainly gives the opportunity for petitions from the floor to advance where we know people wait their turn, and then the 2 public hearings where people have specifically cleared their calendar in order to be able to participate. So I think The Midtown overview is clearly marked information only, and there is a recording that can be watched at people's convenience as opposed to participating in an active public hearing that leads to a vote. So if we're making trade-offs, I guess I would personally lean toward putting the information only item at the end rather than the public participation item.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Could the clerk call the roll, please?
Yes, Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Casas Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes, thank you. Let's then move briskly through the 13, 14, 15, and 16. We did not move those, so we move quickly to matters from the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body. I'll be quick. I've had these on my list for a while and they keep coming back up, so I did want to take a second, give a couple shout outs to staff. We've all acknowledged how hard things are. I wanted to give a particular shout out to our IPRA and constituent services teams. We have seen huge increases in the volume of requests. And it just puts to stark relief how much work they do, how much detail is required, how much tracking of it. So special shout out to our IPRA team, our constituent services team. Oftentimes when I say team, it's literally 1 or 2 people. These are not large operations. So really just want to acknowledge the diligence and hard work that they're doing. It just keeps coming. And then I also we've all been, we're on day 2 of our budget hearings. Really wanted to acknowledge the budget and entire finance team. The material we're covering in the hearings is, it's like that picture of the iceberg, the amount of work that they have to do in order to get every dollar and cents right, starting with the policy discussions back, over the winter to the final details and sense, calculations that Andy and others do, to then the presentation for the public. It's an ongoing process, and I just wanted to take a second to acknowledge the whole team. It's a whole team effort from budget, finance, department directors, division directors, and it is with much gratitude and appreciation that we present the budget to you all for further feedback and guidance. But know that the details and the hours behind what you see is real and hard fought. So I just wanted to take the time to say those 2 things. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Matters from the city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the governing body. I don't have a recommended executive session tonight. Next meeting, I will have a quarterly litigation update, and I'll be getting that report to you next week. Please let me know if there's any particular cases you would like updates on, and I can make sure that the appropriate staff is available for the executive session, or that I'm update sufficiently to do it personally if I don't know everything about it or if they're not available. So that's that. And I do appreciate the shout out on the IPRA team. We've been working with all the divisions. It is a lot of work, and my staff has been very diligent and innovative to come up with new ways to get through the documents and get them posted online for the public.
Thank you. Matters from the city clerk.
Mayor, I don't have anything official other than also appreciate the shout out for our constituent services individual, Isabel Sharp. She has seen a huge increase in tickets. Last month alone, I think we were up at over 450. So just continuing to see those come in. Additionally, though, staff does a great job of trying to knock them out on top of their regular work. So just appreciate that shout out, City Manager LaPen Hill, and also I would like to again thank Isabel Sharp for all of her hard work in our constituent services team. That's all I've got.
Thank you very much. Communications from the governing body. Councilor Vihil Coppler.
Thank you. I just wanted to remind everyone, as chair of Solid Waste Management Authority, that Friday is free trash day. So take your stuff, dump it for free. Then the next thing is just a reminder too, for Santa Fe Beautiful has the Great American Cleanup, and registration is on now through Friday at 2:00. And then the last thing I want to go back to the budget hearings. I think Councilor Garcia asked for a list of expenses, and I didn't ask for that, but I wanted to receive that too. And I don't know if it's been sent out, but City Manager, if you could just put me on record to get that report. And then the other report is already on record regarding the position organizational listing. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera, you have the floor.
I have nothing this evening. Thank you, Mayor.
No birthdays?
Not till next meeting.
All right, thank you. Councilor Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, my reminder for the Great American Cleanup with Keep Santa Fe Beautiful. Just a reminder on piggyback on Councilwoman Vihil Coppler. The registration's now, but to pick up supplies is tomorrow and Friday only from 10 to 2. So got to make sure to get those if you want to participate. And if you don't have a team, you can definitely, there's going to be other teams that will need help in the arroyos that are pretty bad right now. So if you're interested to do your part, please join in. And the other thing I wanted to mention is this Saturday is the Community Art Closet. It's an ability to have artists and people that are emerging artists that are in need of supplies, people that actually can't necessarily afford supplies. They're going to be free this weekend on Saturday at Vital Spaces on the Midtown campus. And you can follow the signs as to where to locate the place where they're having the event. They're going to have a pop-up art show and some DJ music playing. So that's from 11 to 3 on Saturday. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Casa Sanchez, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I also just wanted to say thank you to staff. I know that we've all been really busy these past couple weeks with the Zia Station hearing, as well as jumping into budget. And just a reminder that for all the work that we do, our staff is really working very hard behind the scenes to get everything ready for us. So thank you to our land use team for Zia Station and all of the people, all of our staff members from various departments who were there to answer questions. And also thank you so much to our staff who have been at budget hearings the last couple of days, as well as moving forward. I know that it is probably very challenging to come in front of the governing body and or the finance committee at that point and have us ask a number of questions about decisions you've made about your department for this year. So we really do recognize the hard work, and special shout out to the finance team. I know that they have been working round the clock to get information out, as well as try as hard as they can to answer our various requests as they come up. So really wanted to make sure that recognition was out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Merriworth, you have the floor. No?
Yes, if I can only find my mute button.
It looked like you didn't hear me, so I wanted
Yeah,
to...
no, it's on, the cursor was on the other screen and you have to loop it around. Anyway, thank you, Mayor. I don't have anything this evening.
Okay. Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Got a piece of legislation I'm introducing along with Councilor Lindell. It is an ordinance regarding the Independent Salary Commission, amending section 6-19.3 SFCC 1987 to reassign the authority to appoint the members of the commission to the Ethics and Campaign Review Board, and to reassign the authority to appoint the commission's chairperson to the commission's members, and amending 6-16.2 SFCC to add the duty of appointing the independent salary commission members to the Ethics and Campaign Review Board's powers and duties. Second, just want to give a quick announcement to folks, in particular District 2 constituents. Next Saturday, I'll be having a town hall. If you're interested in attending, just shoot me an email, mjgarcia@santafenm.gov. We'll make sure you get all the information to participate. Lastly, want to give just kind of, we've been getting inundated with emails. Usually it's a lot of emails, what's going wrong, what's going bad. And we got an email earlier from a constituent that is one of those that really warms your heart in that sense. And it was in regards to a trash truck driver that does his daily routes. And we have a young person in the community, Henry, who's 18 months old, and that's become his favorite part of the week, is seeing the trash truck drive by. And his family has mentioned that he's learned the universal sign for honking the horn. And so the driver honks the horn and makes Henry's day. And given that this driver, I think, is the same driver that picks up my trash, given it's a couple blocks from my house, I am now going to go outside and do the universal air horn, and hopefully I'm as lucky as Henry. But just wanted to give a shout out to our waste drivers for making this young man's life or his day. But that's all I got, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Councilor Rivera has his hand up because he realized.
I did. Has everyone had a chance yet, Mr. Mayor?
No, but I wanted to come back to you while you had your hand up. We'll go forward as soon as you do your piece of business that I know you need to do.
Yeah, I just want to introduce a resolution requesting approval of amendment number 1 to a municipal arterial program cooperative grant from the New Mexico Department of Transportation, identified with a control number, granting a time extension for the planning, design, and construction of Agua Fria Street and South Meadows Road intersection improvements. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you. And I think a light bulb went off in Councilor Casas Sanchez's square as well.
Yes, there is a recent change of events, and I do also have an introduction. I am introducing a resolution modifying the frequency with which the city manager provides written updates and presentations at every other regular governing body meeting with information regarding the COVID-19 response from the police department, fire department, human resources department, and Office of Emergency Management and Safety.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And go back to regular order. Councilor Lindell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I was just going to comment on how beautiful it is driving around town and seeing all the trees in bloom. They're really magnificent. I'm diligently watching my peach trees. And the reason is May 15th, folks, friends, is our last freeze date. So don't be like me and get all enchanted with the idea of going out and getting a bunch of plants. And Maria and I do it every year. And we're so proud of ourselves and so thrilled. And then, of course, they freeze. So May 15th is the freeze date. So don't get over anxious. If you do, be ready to cover them up on those hard frost nights. Anything below 25 degrees pretty much does them in. But in the meantime, boy, this is a pretty time of year to drive around town. Absolutely gorgeous. That's all I got, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Lindell. And Councilor Abeyta, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to be listed as a co-sponsor on Councilor Rivera's item he introduced this evening. I'd like to give a shout out to County Commissioner Anna Hansen. Her and I worked on a PSA a couple of weeks ago regarding the Great American Cleanup on Saturday. So there's some city-county cooperation there. I appreciate Commissioner Hansen. And also the Santa Fe Public Schools is in the final interviews of their superintendent, and they've asked for any input. I submitted my concerns and what I think would make for a good superintendent. There's still an opportunity to get comments in. They are having a listening session this evening at 6, and then again Friday morning, I believe at 8:30. So I would encourage not only the members of the governing body, but also the public to let the public schools know what their concerns are and what they think the next superintendent should bring to our community. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor, I think you probably forgot one thing you wanted to mention involving youth of the
Oh
state.
yeah, that's right. Thank you, Mayor. As far as professionally, as the director of the Boys and Girls Club, each year we have a Youth of the Year. Back in the day, some of you would know it as Boy of the Year. Well, now it's Youth of the Year, and the Santa Fe Boys and Girls Club's Youth of the Year won State Youth of the Year. So our Youth of the Year will be representing the entire state of New Mexico at regionals this year, and so that's quite an accomplishment. His name is Matthew Chavez. And as part of that, he will be receiving a $6,000 college scholarship. So he's a senior in high school. He attends Tierra Encantada School. And we look forward to seeing him compete at regionals and representing not just Santa Fe, but the entire state of New Mexico. Thanks for the reminder.
Thank you, Counselor. I've met Matthew, and he's an outstanding young Santa Fean and New Mexican, and congratulations to you and your whole team for nurturing and mentoring him in that process. It's a real achievement. I have a quick checklist of things I want to run through very quickly, and then we'll get on to the evening agenda. First, I'm introducing a resolution supporting the city of Santa Fe joining the Mayor's Monarch Pledge to preserve the monarch butterfly and the habitat upon which it relies, co-sponsored with Councilor Lindell and Councilor Romero-Worth. This, I think, may bring us close to the trifecta of bees, trees, and butterflies, and really does speak again to the quality of life and environmental livability in Santa Fe. It is a serious issue, just as the extinction problem for bees is a serious problem. Monarchs and their ability to follow their traditional migration patterns has seriously been interrupted. I want to point out that this is probably the first time in a year or so when the comments from the governing body have not started out with an expression about COVID. That's good news and bad news. It means we're making serious progress. It also means we can't afford to let our guard down as we enter this period of variants that are really changing the game in a lot of states, Michigan being a classic example. There's a variant from India now finding its way to California. So we are doing great. Our community continues to rise to the occasion and do extraordinary amounts of work to stay focused and disciplined while opening up, safe and open and together. But we still need to be on our guard. Get vaccinated, wear a face mask when you go out, set a good example, be a Santa Fe example setter for guests who are coming to town, and make sure that we continue the progress to bend the curve and get vaccinated so that, as Councilor Lindell points out, the weather gets better and better and being outdoors gets more and more fun. We want to be safe as we do that. Speaking of things becoming more and more fun, some of you know I am a baseball fan first, foremost, and always. And I'm happy to tell you that baseball season is upon us. I had a great conversation this past week with our Fuego general manager and the league president, and play ball. They need help. They need sponsors. It's been a tough year for sponsors, and they're going to need help with sponsorships. They're looking for places for visiting players, 25 at a time, to bunk in when they come to play the Fuego. They're looking for places for our players, our team, to stay. They don't get paid big bucks. This is not MLB. And so please support the Fuego, support baseball. It is the great American pastime, and they're back, and we want to welcome them back. And finally, a challenge on the great Santa Fe and American cleanup. Councilor Beta and I will be on Airport Road around 9 o'clock Saturday morning. We challenge any members of the governing body to outpick us. We'll be taking photographs of the bags we fill with things that people perhaps carelessly discard. We want to make it a great cleanup, but if other council members want to create some teams and join us in a competitive effort to see who picks the most, we'll be out there, Airport Road, 9 a.m. Be there, be square. So it should be both fun, community event, and be part of our Spruce Up Santa Fe campaign that's moving forward to make sure the medians look great, the parks look great, the weeds get cut, and as people come out of quarantine, the Santa Fe we see is really quite beautiful, looks good, feels good, and is ready for summer and fall fun. So Councilor Abeyta, you and I.
Bring your gloves.
Bring your gloves and your mask and your t-shirt. All right. With that, it's 6:11. I suggest we roll forward. We'll come back to the Midtown overview, but let's roll forward into the evening session. And first, we always have petitions from the floor. We need to see a show of hands. Remember, if you're going to testify on any of the public hearings, you're welcome to do that, but don't speak on petitions from the floor with regard to items that will come up in the process of a public hearing. If there's something not covered by the public hearings and you'd like to speak to it now, let's see a show of hands of those in the attendee room. Stephanie Beninato. So we only have one person in the attendee room who wants to offer a petition from the floor. Let's offer Ms. Beninato 2 minutes to address the governing body. And
All right, Mayor, I just unmuted Stephanie. So,
okay. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
yes,
Okay.
yes, we can.
So a couple of things. I wanted to thank Carol Romero Worth for actually voting and upholding her constitutional duty on the Zia rail station project to follow the law. I was very disappointed that you all did not require the developer to show you financials, since that was the reasoning behind needing all those changes. And if they bring it up, then they've waived their right, I believe, to not, to just say, I feel this way. Feeling is not fact-based, and quasi-judicial proceedings are supposed to be fact-based. And then I also wanted to point out that there is a busker who's been on the plaza now for months, who not only amplifies his music and really just takes over the plaza, but sits there unmasked and has for months, every day in the afternoons at least, big long white beard. And I believe amplification is not allowed, and also masking. And it's surprising to me that no police officer, no code enforcement has ever noticed him being there. And I would appreciate it if somebody would go down and talk to him, because if he is amplifying, he can certainly wear a mask. And then I guess the last thing is about Salvador Perez, and I understand there's going to be a soft opening, but only swim teams are going to be allowed. So I do hope that us other swimmers are not just going to all be forced to use Fort Marcy, which is quite small, that we will still be allowed to use Chavez. And I would suggest really that the policy change, that Chavez, Fort Marcy, and Salvador Perez are under one ticket. So if you have a monthly or yearly pass, you get to choose which of those three you go to, because Chavez used to be separate because it was an enterprise fund. It never was an enterprise fund. So thank you.
thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the attendee room who wishes to take advantage of petitions from the floor unrelated to hearings this evening? Okay, I don't see any other hands, so there are no appointments tonight. So Madam Clerk, if you could take us to item number 20, please.
Yes, absolutely. Item number 20 is appeal for case number 2021-3256 APPL. It's an appeal of case number 2020-3006 from the Historic District Review Board. The appeal is by Laura Chalk of the Historic District Review Board's denial of a request to replace a pedestrian front gate at 542 Camino del Monte Sol in the downtown and East Side Historic District. Assistant Attorney Sally Paez is available for this item.
Thank you. And I think what I'll do is, as we did with the most recent land use case, is walk through the process first so that folks who are watching or listening, as well as those who are directly involved, are fully aware of what our process will be. And then we will I will go back to the beginning and we'll actually produce the process. So it's a number of steps. We start with the opportunity for any member of the governing body who may have a disclosure of a pre-hearing communication that could result in a recusal, their inability to be fair and impartial. Then the staff report will be presented for up to 10 minutes. We'll turn to the appellant or the representative of the appellant to offer an opening statement and sworn testimony of up to 20 minutes. If desired, questions of staff, followed by sworn public comment. And then the governing body may participate in questions of staff, parties, witnesses, and the public. Then staff, if appropriate, can respond to the appellant evidence and or testimony. The appellant gets a opportunity for a 5-minute closing statement. At that point, I would close the public hearing and we would move forward with motion, second, discussion, and some kind of a vote. So with that, as a quick outline of the process, let me begin by offering members of the governing body an opportunity to disclose any pre-hearing communications. Councilor Vigil-Koppler, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any pre-hearing communications, but I just thought I would disclose that on the appellant's documents, page 9, as former clerk of the court, my name is on the endorsement at the top right corner, but that's not affecting any ability of me to be neutral.
Thank you. Duly noted, and thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to call anything to our attention at this time? Okay, if not, then we will begin with the staff report with comments from Ms. Paez. About 10 minutes, if you can do that, please.
Thank you, Mayor, councilors. As you know, this is a Historic Districts Review Board appeal, and it's a quasi-judicial proceeding. And I know we've talked a lot about those in recent history, so I won't belabor the point except to just note, as usual, that in this type of case, the city councilors and mayor act more like judges than legislators. The goal is to apply the law, the Historic Districts Ordinance, to the facts and evidence presented in the packet materials and in this hearing tonight, and to decide whether to affirm the board's decision or reverse it through that application of the law to the facts. And you do decide that de novo, meaning you make your own independent decision. You don't need to defer to the decision of the board, but you can certainly rely on their decision as a source of expertise and experience as they are applying that code very frequently. So I have got a short, hopefully short, slideshow that I'd like to share. Is that visible?
Yes, we see it, but we also see the slides on the left. I don't know if you can change the picture so that there you go. Thank you.
Alrighty. So this case involves a property at 542 Camino del Monte Sol. And just for orienting purposes, it is located between Canyon Road runs here on the north. Camino del Monte Sol runs south from Canyon Road down to Old Santa Fe Trail. You can see here's Camino Cruz Blanca that goes up to St. John's College. So that is within the city's downtown and east side historic district. And the issue tonight involves a contributing structure to the Downtown and Eastside Historic District, and that is this yard wall. So this is the subject property. And for the most part, the appeal involves the wall. The contributing structure includes just the wall and not the pedestrian gate. The pedestrian gate's actually not historic. It's not 50 years old or older. So it's not a part of the contributing structure, but the wall is. And the proposal at issue is to replace the existing pedestrian gate and add an arched stucco feature over the gate. So these are the elevation drawings from the H-board hearing. You can see the existing elevation. We've got the contributing wall in front of the house, which is a contributing structure. And I would just make a note of the interesting sculptural chimney here, which we'll be talking about a little bit more as we go along. On the bottom, you can see the proposed changes. At the board hearing, this case also involved changes to the garage, but none of those are at issue tonight, just to the wall. So to zoom in a little closer on the wall, you can see that they are looking to add this arched stucco feature over the top of the gate opening to replace the gate that's in there, and they're adding a wooden header and sides. And you can see this dashed line here shows the existing line of the contributing yard wall, and so this arched feature would be added material on top. This is a photo submitted by the appellant homeowner, and it is what she'd like to put in that opening in the contributing wall. And so the board denied approval of these changes to the yard wall for 3 reasons that are in their findings of fact and conclusions of law. First, that this proposal would alter the architectural features and spaces that embody the status of the contributing yard wall structure. Second, that the proposal would render the wall incompatible with the other low street walls located along the Camino del Monte Sol streetscape. And third, that the proposal would block the view of the chimney, which is an important sculptural element of the significant structures of the house behind. And we'll go into these in a little greater depth here. So the first reason, altering architectural features and spaces that embody the contributing status. This is just a breakdown of what a contributing structure is. I think all of you have probably seen this before, but it needs to be 50 years or older. Establish and maintain the character of the historic district, add to historic associations or historic architectural design qualities that are significant for the historic district. And you can have some minor alterations to the contributing structure, but it needs its original historic integrity. So the first provision the board relied on is section 14-5.2 D1A. And it basically boils down to the need to preserve a contributing or significant structure. It's got 3 sentences, and I've kind of broken them down here. First, the status of a contributing structure shall be retained and preserved. Second, if an alteration will cause a structure to lose its status, the application shall be denied. And third, the removal of historic materials or alteration of architectural features and spaces that embody the status shall be prohibited. And the board was really focused on that third aspect. They believe this was an alteration of the architectural features that body the contributing status of the yard wall. So I think to kind of consider whether you agree with that finding and conclusion, I've put in here kind of the description of the wall from the Historic Cultural Properties Inventory, which is the historic survey that was submitted to the board and included in your packet. It's a simple, low stuccoed wall. It's about 75 feet in length. It varies in height from about 4 to 5 feet above grade, kind of steps up at the south end. It's between 12 and 14 inches wide, and based on its kind of uneven composition, it appears to be adobe. I don't know that we've confirmed that in the record. And so the first kind of issue in terms of whether you agree with the board's decision is whether this project would cause the yard wall to lose its contributing status or alter architectural features and spaces that embody the yard wall status. And I think in the board's view, this change, this proposed stuccoed arch was the kind of change that was just really changed the appearance and design of this wall to the point where it's no longer the wall that was designated contributing in their view. It was just such a significant change that it couldn't be permitted. The second issue that the board raised for denying this project was that this would put the wall out of harmony with the streetscape. And our code does have a definition of streetscape. It's the visual character of the street section as defined by topography, the pattern of structures in open space, the building and wall setbacks, street design, architectural design, and heights, widths, and proportions of structures, fixtures, and graphics. And so I think the question here is whether this project is going to render this contributing wall out of harmony with the existing proportions of the surrounding streetscape. And we do in our code for this type of street layout, the streetscape, normally we're going to look in 600 feet of either direction of the property. So I've got a little tour on Google Street View so you can see, since we're not out there looking at it, so you can get a sense of the streetscape. You can see this is the contributing wall on the right with the existing gate. And then I'm going to move down one power pole and then two power poles so you kind of see what's going on headed south. So this is, I think, Sun Mountain in the background headed towards St. John's and Old Santa Fe Trail. So you can see we've got kind of picket fences, open yard space on the left, and you can kind of see what's going on the right. So we've moved down now. This is that first power pole on the right. You can see a little further headed south what those walls look like, what's going on in the streetscape. One more power pole further south, closer to Sun Mountain. You can see we've got kind of this driveway with an arched feature, a little more of the yard walls as you head down that direction. So now we're going to go back to the property and head north a little bit. Now we're looking north, so we're headed back towards Canyon Road. Again, you can see the contributing wall at issue on the left. And let's see, on this one, I believe I went first to this first power pole, and then I'm going to this little electrical box. So there's that first power pole, a little further down towards the electrical box. And you can kind of see headed this direction, those walls are maybe getting a little taller. This isn't a super mathematical calculation in terms of the 600 feet, but I think hopefully we've captured for the most part what would normally be our applicable streetscape. So the third reason the board denied the proposal to add that stuccoed feature and replace the gate was a concern that they wanted to preserve the view of the chimney on the significant residential structure. And it's a little bit of a blurry picture, but I was able to maneuver on Google Street View so that you can kind of see that stuccoed element of the chimney. You can see that it's sculptural. It's got these weird lumps. It's very unusual. And I think in the board's view, very special aspect of this significant structure. And so significant structure, definition of significant structure, similar to contributing, it's got to be 50 years old or older. Embodies distinctive characteristics of a type, period, or method of construction, must retain a high level of historic integrity. And finally, and I think this is maybe why this is designated significant in this case, is that it may be associated with events or persons that are important on a local, regional, national, or global level. And I think relevant here, this was one of the homes of William Schuster, who's famous for designing the first zozobra. And we've got a picture of the first zozobra here. I think zozobra has probably evolved for the better, but it's a very important tradition, and I think may have led perhaps to this being a significant structure. So in terms of looking at this, I think we're kind of going back to that same provision we looked at in terms of preserving the contributing status of the wall. The status of a significant structure must be retained and preserved. If an alteration would cause it to lose its status, the application shall be denied. And the removal of historic materials or alteration of architectural features and spaces that embody the status shall be prohibited. So those same kind of characteristics apply. Of course, here we're not changing the significant structure, we're changing the view of it. So the appellant is raising a couple of previous cases that I think are important to consider in evaluating whether this third reason relied on by the board is applicable or not. And so there is a previous case that went to our district court called Team Limited versus City of Santa Fe. It was from 2000, and it involved a proposal by the Inn at Loretto to construct a new 3-story, 43-foot building. The board denied this application, this aspect of the application, because the new building had the potential to impact the Loretto Chapel, which is a significant structure, and would impair the view of St. Francis Cathedral from Old Santa Fe Trail. So I think it's important to note that the St. Francis Cathedral is not on the same property, and the view of it from the Old Santa Fe Trail actually hadn't been there 50 years because some buildings had been demolished, creating that view. But the governing body did uphold the board, and the court ultimately reversed for a couple of reasons. They said that the Santa Fe City Code, so the Historic Districts Ordinance, did not provide authority to protect historic view corridors. There was no evidence in the record that showed that the historic status of the Loretto Chapel would be altered. And the court also noted that this view that we were trying to protect from Old St. Francis Trail wasn't even historic, and that it was not a 50-year-old view. So there was a subsequent case 15 years later. This one didn't go to court, but it did go to governing body. And in this case, there were property owners on 535 East Alameda who wanted to add a bedroom addition, a portal, and a fence to one of the units in their kind of complex that they have there. And the board denied that project because it would block the view of the historic Ashley Pond House, which is a contributing structure designed by John Gamim, very important to our Santa Fe architectural history. And again, this was a situation where the view was not within the same property, but it was across Alameda to the backside of a structure located, I believe, on Palace. But in this case, the governing body did reverse the board's decision because the team court had held that the city code did not authorize the city to preserve historic view corridors. 2, the city had not amended the code to create such protection. And 3, again, there was no evidence in this case that it would cause this pond house on another parcel owned by another person to lose its contributing status. So in terms of this third reason relied on by the board, I think the governing body needs to consider whether the board's reasoning in this case can be squared with the district court's decision in team that the city lacks authority to preserve historic view corridors, which is not really a defined term. So we can discuss, what we think that means. But and I just want to note that this, I think the distinction that is potentially important here is that in the previous cases, the projects would have blocked the view corridor of a significant or contributing structure owned by another private landowner who's not the applicant. In this case, the project would have blocked the view of the significant structure on the applicant's own property, the applicant's own residence. So potentially a distinction, a factual distinction in applying those cases to this case. So on appeal, your job tonight is to decide whether the board's decision was right for any of the 3 reasons set forth in their decision, or any other reason that you think is supported by our historic districts ordinance, because this is a de novo appeal, so you do get to decide from scratch, and as applied to the facts presented at this appeal hearing tonight. And if you think the board's decision was right for any reason, you should deny the appeal and affirm the decision of the board. And if the board's decision was not supported by the ordinance, then you should grant the appeal and reverse the board. So the quick recap, the 3 reasons one more time. 1, the proposal would alter the architectural features and spaces that embody the status of the contributing yard wall structure. 2, the proposal would render the wall incompatible with the low street walls along the streetscape. And 3, proposal would block the view of the chimney on the significant structure. Pretty much 2 simple motions, either to grant the appeal and approve the gate replacement and stuccoed arch feature, or to deny the appeal and affirm the board. I would request that if you're going to deny the appeal and affirm the board, that you state the reasoning you find persuasive. And I think That's about it. I think I stuck to the 10 minutes. I want to note that I do have Land Use Director Eli Isaacson and our acting manager of the Historic Preservation Division, that's Nicola Ramirez Thomas. They're both here and available to help answer questions after we get through the rest of the presentations and move on to the question and answer portion.
Thank you. You did stick to the 10 minutes. Thank you. We now move to the appellant, represented by Frank Herdman, with an opening statement, sworn witness testimony in the neighborhood of 20 minutes. Mr. Herdman.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the governing body. I represent the appellant in this matter, Laura Chalk. Ms. Chalk owns the property at 542 Camino del Monte Sol that is the subject of this appeal. And she is, as Ms. Paez has explained, she's proposing to replace the existing wooden gate that is located on the street with a new stuccoed arch gate with wooden doors. And I'd like to share my screen. Mayor, you'll have to indulge me. Portions of my presentation are redundant with Ms. Paez's, but you'll be looking at some of the same photographs, including some street view photos. So again, this is the existing condition that shows the existing gate and yard wall. To emphasize the existing gate, the wooden slat gate is a non-historic wooden slat gate. The yard wall on both sides of the gate varies in heights from 4 to 5 feet. My next exhibit shows the proposed design. The design includes an arched gateway that will be stuccoed to match the existing stucco of the adjacent yard wall. The top of the arch would be 8 feet 4 inches tall. The opening is 4 feet wide and 6 feet 8 inches high. The opening will include a wooden lintel at the top of the opening as shown. The next photograph, which is something you saw in Ms. Paez's presentation, is a photograph of the wooden doors that would go into the gate. These are 100-year-old doors from Mexico made of solid wood that would be stained a chestnut color. The appellant wants to replace the existing gate because of its poor condition. And in addition, she wants to provide, the existing gate provides inadequate security to the property from the street. The new design will include taller doors that can be locked. By way of additional background, as Ms. Paez mentioned, the house on the property includes a sculpture that is located at the base of the chimney that is facing the street. It was mentioned during the HDRB hearing that the sculpture was done by Will Schuster, but the appellant has researched its origins, and the identity of the sculptor remains a mystery. It's unknown whether it was Mr. Schuster that did the sculpture. The proposed arch gate does not require a variance or exception of any kind as confirmed by historic preservation staff. And I want to emphasize this point because the way this application process works is a property owner, such as the appellant in this case, approaches historic preservation staff and says, look, I want to do this. Do I need an exception? Historic preservation staff gets to decide whether an exception is required or not. If this was considered to be an alteration to a contributing structure, then an exception would have been required, and the applicant would have been required to present and satisfy the criteria for an exception. Staff said no exception is required because this does not result in an alteration of a contributing structure because the existing yard wall remains intact. So the application proceeded without the need for an exception. And I think that, you know, if the HDRB comes around and says, no, you're altering a contributing structure such that it would lose its historic status, that's patently unfair to property owners who are entitled to rely upon staff to say whether an exception is required. The HDRB did not rule in this case that an exception is required for this proposal. I really want to emphasize that. Staff recommended approval of the new gate because it meets the design standards of the historic district in which it is located. I'm going to stop my screen share here for a moment. staff disagreed. I'm sorry, the HDRB disagreed with staff and denied approval based on the grounds that Ms. Paez mentioned, and I want to address those separately. The first grounds that I'm going to address involves the view. So the HDRB held, and I quote, "The proposed new front yard gate and stuccoed arch would be located in front of the chimney, which is an important sculptural element of the significant residential structure," end quote. The minutes of the HDRB hearing confirmed that this was the principal reason why the board denied the application. Vice Chair Frank Katz acknowledged more than once during the hearing that the design of the gate, to use his words, was quote unquote lovely, and that the gate was done quote unquote in an appropriate style. He found it objectionable that the proposed gate blocked the view of the chimney. As Ms. Paez confirmed in her memo, I think this is clear, and I'm not trying to put words in her mouth, but I read her memo to understand that the HDRB cannot deny approval of a project because the proposed project will block the view of another structure, including a historically significant structure. She mentioned that the Temme case that was decided by the First Judicial District Court in 2000. In that case, the HDRB denied approval because the proposed project would obstruct the view of the downtown cathedral, as Ms. Paez explained. The district court reversed the decision and held, and I quote, "Neither the board nor the council has the power or authority under the Santa Fe City Code as adopted to preserve historic view corridors," end quote. And then after the Temme case was decided, as Ms. Paez mentions, the HDRB in a different case denied approval of proposed modifications to a residential structure located on East Alameda because the modified structure would block the view of the historically significant Ashley Pond House that was designed by John Gaumeme. And in that case, the appellant appealed to the governing body and the governing body reversed. And at that hearing, the assistant city attorney handling the case stated unambiguously to the governing body, and I quote, "There is no express language in the historic code that gives the board the power to guarantee a citizen the right to view certain properties," period, end quote. That was the unequivocal statement of the assistant city attorney at that time. The governing body agreed with that advice and reversed the decision of the HDRB on the grounds that the city cannot reject the proposed project because it affects the view of another structure, including a historically significant structure. And that remains the law today. Now, Ms. Paez said maybe there's a distinction in a situation if the applicant is proposing something on her property that blocks the view of a structure on her property. That is not a distinction that any of these cases make. The law is very clear and the code is very clear. The city of Santa Fe cannot say we're going to deny this proposed project because it blocks the view of another building or another improvement, whether it's on the applicant's property or somebody else's property altogether. There's absolutely nothing in the code that would support that a contrary position. And the decision in the Temme case makes it very clear that the city cannot regulate or approve or deny historic structures or applications for applications for construction in a historic district on the basis that it might block something else. I mean, imagine the box of Pandora's, as our former governor said, that would be opened in the event that that was the law. The implications would be really serious and draconian, and bottom line is it would just be unlawful. So as a result, the HDRB's decision on that basis was a reversible error, and the decision should be reversed for that reason. Let's turn to the second reason given by the HDRB. Ms. Paez broke this into two, and it involves, she broke it into two parts. I will do the same. The HDRB stated that the gate would alter the architectural features and spaces that embody the existing yard wall. It's unclear what the board meant in referring to the spaces of the existing yard wall. The only space in the existing yard wall, as we saw, I'm going to share my screen again quickly. the only space in the existing yard wall is where the gate is located, and that opening will be preserved when with the new gate. So there's no alteration to any openings in the gate. So it's unclear what the board meant by that. Suffice it to say, it was an erroneous basis for denying the application. The HDRB also said that the installation of the new gate would render the existing wall, going back to the alteration of the architectural features and spaces that might cause the yard wall to lose its contributing status. I want to emphasize that there are no proposed, it's not, the existing yard wall will remain 100% intact. No portions of it will be removed or demolished. And I want to return to the point I made moments ago that the staff said no exception was required for this application, and the HDRB also said that no exception was required for this application. This application proceeded on the basis of whether the design was compatible in accordance with the compatibility standards under the code, not on the basis of an exception. That is a very important point. But I want to emphasize the yard wall, the existing wall, will remain completely intact as it is today. So there will be no loss of contributing status in any event. The second reason given for the board's decision when it comes to the design of the structure is that the yard wall would alter the, that the new gate is, quote, incompatible with other low street walls located along the Camino del Monte Sol streetscape. This finding by the HDRB contradicts the quintessential character of the streetscape along Camino del Monte Sol. We've provided you with a report that was prepared by the Santa Fe Planning Department entitled East Side Historic Streetscapes. The excerpt is found on the last 5 pages of the packet materials. The report includes a description of the historic characteristics of the Camino del Monte Sol streetscape. The report states, and I quote, "Along several stretches, there is strong continuity of form in the high walls at pavement edge, creating a single undulating pane. Buildings behind are partially visible or blocked from view," end quote. The report also states, describing the streetscape with regard to the walls along the street, it says, quote, "Strongly dominant are high sculptural walls with aged wooden gates, frequently paneled or heavily carved," end quote. That is precisely what the applicant is proposing in this particular case. So to leave no doubt as to the veracity of the report, I'm going to take you on a stroll down Camino del Monte Sol, much in the same way that Ms. Paez did, but we're going to go a little bit further in my presentation. So I'd like to share my screen. And what we're going to do is looking at the Google Streetscape photographs. We're going to start at the intersection of Camino del Monte Sol and Acequia Madre and go up to Camino Santander. And I want to point out that these photos are taken from a Google Street View vehicle. The camera is positioned on a tripod on top of the vehicle, so obviously the perspective is much higher than you would see if you were walking down the street or driving down the street. So headed down Camino del Monte Sol, we see, consistent with the report, the high undulating walls. As we go down the street further, we see the same thing. We continue down the street, we see the same thing. We continue further, we see the same thing. Continuing further down the street, high walls. We find here on a pedestrian gate similar to that being proposed by the appellant. We go up the street further, we continue to see high walls. We encounter yet another pedestrian gate. We walk up the street further. We continue to see high walls and pedestrian gates. We go up further, we see 2 pedestrian gates. Moving along, we see again more high walls. Moving further up the street, we encounter another pedestrian gate similar to the one being proposed by the appellant. Going further, another one right across the street, very similar to what's being proposed by the appellant. Again, going up the street, we encounter more high walls and a pedestrian gate. And these are all arched gates that have similar stuccoed surrounds, including the stuccoed arch overhead. Going further up the street, we see more high walls on both sides. Yet further up the street, we encounter two additional arched pedestrian gates with wooden lintels, similar to what's being proposed by the appellant. Going further, this is the appellant's property, and it really sticks out because it doesn't look like any of the other stuff that you see on the street. Going further up, we see more high walls and pedestrian gates with doors. And those are those two there. Going further, we see more high walls. Going further, two additional pedestrian gates. And going further up the street, we have another pedestrian gate in a high wall, similar to what the applicant is proposing. Another one, very similar to what the appellant is proposing in this gate. And then we get another one, similar to what the applicant is proposing. We get to Camino Santander, and there we see another gate, similar to what the applicant is proposing. And just to confirm, you can see all of those gates are similar to what's being proposed. So over the course of that distance, which is about 0.2 of a mile, there is a total of 16 arched pedestrian gates, similar to what the applicant is proposing in this case. That's a total of on average, one gate every 60 to 70 feet. So, and as we saw, the gate at the appellant's property is actually inconsistent with the streetscape. So contrary to the finding by the HDRB, this proposed design and this arch gate that the appellant is proposing in this case will render the property compatible with the streetscape standards that are articulated in the report and the streetscape that we see in those photos. And I want to turn to the code because after all, it is the code fundamentally that governs in this particular case. So when it comes to the standards in the code, the relevant code excerpts are found, by the way, starting on page 9 of the packet materials. First, I want to emphasize the code explains that height restrictions that govern the installation of structures in the historic districts exclude the height of walls over pedestrian openings. So the height of the proposed arched gate in this case cannot be the basis for a denial. Second, the proposed gate is consistent with the design standards for the historic district. The property is located in the downtown and east side historic district. The design standards for that district are found in section 14-5.2E of the code, and that includes the design standards for what's called Old Santa Fe style. Old Santa Fe style, the code explains, includes non-functional arches over gateways in freestanding walls. That shouldn't come as a surprise when we go down Camino de Monte Sol and we see 16 of them over the course of 0.2 of a mile. And so that is precisely what the applicant is proposing in this case, which means that her proposed arch gate is consistent with the design standards described in the code for this historic district. Third, the standard to be used for purposes of this application are found in section 14-5.2D9E, which states that a proposed building or addition shall appear in proportion to the height, facade length, and roof form and pitch of buildings in the applicable streetscape or the building on which the addition is proposed. So here, the design is unquestionably consistent with the design standards for the historic district. It's consistent with the streetscape, and so it unquestionably meets the applicable standard. Again, there's no loss of contributing status to the structure because the existing yard wall remains completely intact, and neither the board nor the HDRB determined that an exception would be required for this particular application because it is not a proposal to alter a contributing structure that would conceivably cause it to lose its status. So for all of those reasons, we request that the decision of the HDRB be reversed and that the application for the Archgate be approved as proposed by the applicant, and I stand for any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Let's see. Appellant, under our process, you're allowed to ask staff questions if you so choose. Typically, it hasn't been exercised to a great extent, but it is part of our process if you would like to ask a question or questions of staff at this time.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no questions of staff.
Thank you, sir. Now we turn to sworn public comment, and if there are attendees in the waiting room who would like to testify on this matter, they need to be sworn, and we would provide 3 minutes for their testimony. I see a hand.
Mayor, I've unmuted Stephanie Beninato.
Okay,
And
we need a sworn. We need to swear her in.
Carl.
Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address.
Sure. Stephanie Beninato, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I think if you look at Exhibit 2 and you look at the photographs, you'll see that Exhibit 2, which shows the wall, is inaccurate because on the south side of the wall, the window is visible, and in that drawing, it is not visible. So that it's actually about 4 feet high there, and it's another foot is being added onto the wall. And although the door might be 6'8", the actual archway is 8.5 feet high. So it significantly changes the appearance of that wall. And I also want to point out that Mr. Herdman went well beyond the distance that is required or looked at in the ordinance to see what is the compatible streetscape. And at the time, the Temme case was never discussed. It wasn't discussed as a view corridor. It was that this was done by Will Schuster. That is the testimony, public testimony at the time, and that people actually came to look at this sculpted fireplace. And it's the HDRB that is the experts in this area, not staff. Staff can say you need a variance or not, or an exception, but it is the HDRB's opinion that is supposed to be prevailing, and those are the people you appointed. And then the other thing is that the applicant relied heavily on needing security. And again, if you look at the photographs I supplied and the one that Ms. Paez supplied, I believe, you will see that there's a wire fence behind the wall that it has vegetation on it. It's not leafed out yet, but it raises the wall to at least 6 feet. And the only real opening, the only penetratable place there is the gate. And the board was quite willing to have a 6-foot-high gate there that you could see through, such as wrought iron. And if you look at the photographs of the gate, you will see a trellised archway that is much more modest, that is much more in keeping with the whole wall and the ambiance in that immediate 600 feet area that could be replicated in a stronger material, and therefore allowing the security that this woman thinks she needs, even though she has a dog, and you can do ringtones and you can do lights and cameras and alarm systems instead of walling off your property and trying to make it look very pretentious. And I hope you also weren't just paying attention to Mr. Herdman's words, because when I was looking at what he was showing, there were plenty of lower walls that I would describe as lower walls, and that many of the gates that you saw were gates that were higher because the building itself was right there at the streetscape. So I do think that it's sort of slanted. Obviously, he's being paid to slant it to his client, but I hope that you will be less biased, more open, and give the board its due, because again, they are the ones making these decisions all the time. And it wasn't about a view corridor. It was about the public enjoyment of the historic material. And if I could just read one more thing, this is in the historic code too. This is in the preamble. It is deemed essential by the governing body that qualities relating to the history of Santa Fe and a harmonious outward appearance which preserve property values and attract tourists and residents alike be preserved. And again, tourists were coming to look at that fireplace, which is locally known as being done by Will Schuster, who did own that home. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. If there's no one else in the attendee room who wishes to speak, we'll now open it to questions from the governing body of parties, witnesses, staff, anyone we wish to ask questions of at this time. And I think if we can just see that the hands go up, if you can do all your questions at one time. If you have the ability to do that, group them all at the same time so that we don't go around and around, that would be great. If you've got a list you'd like to walk through, do them all at one time. So, is there a member of the governing body who would like to kick off questions of staff or the appellant or public witnesses? I see a hand from Councilor Romero Worth and then Councilor Garcia. So we'll go in that order. First, Councilor Romero Worth.
Thank you, Mayor. Sally, you, I think, included in the packet Exhibit I or 1, I'm not sure, the decision tree. Can you just walk us through that?
Do you want to put that up on the screen?
Sure. Mayor Weber, Counselor, let me try to get this up. I don't know why this is not. Yeah, I'm working on it. I just, I don't know why my PDF is not showing this.
It's on the very last page of the packet.
Yeah, I know.
171.
Yeah, my PDF document's not working. I have another path, and that is through PrimeGov. I don't know why this isn't working for me. Let's do this way. All right, go all the way down to last page.
There we go.
So if you could just walk us through that. I understand there were 3 reasons the H board gave, but it's my understanding from looking at this that only one reason is necessary in order to affirm the board. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Weber, Councilor Romero Worth. The way I look at this is if there is a code basis for denying the proposal, then you should affirm the board's decision to deny the proposal. And all 3 reasons don't need to be good reasons. One defensible reason from our code and based on the facts is a good reason. So I would just, you could walk through them really in any order. I've got them here in the order I talked about them in my presentation. First, that concern about altering the architectural and features and spaces that embody the contributing status. If you agree with that, and I think the board's position was really that this changed the design and architecture so much of the structure they had designated as contributing. It was a low, simple, stuccoed yard wall, and this was such a significant change that it really did alter those important architectural features to the point where they thought that was a reason to deny it. Second, the streetscape concern. Sorry, I was up past midnight at an H board meeting, and so I'm having trouble talking tonight for some reason. So the streetscape harmony issue would be an independent reason to potentially affirm the board, or that question about blocking the chimney And in terms of the team or the timid decision, I think that there could potentially be distinguishing features from that case. So it's a matter of deciding whether the facts here dictate the same result or whether we have different facts here, different legal provisions that play into the decision. So we can talk about that more, but any one of those three reasons would be an adequate reason to affirm the board.
Okay, and so you could have, the governing body could affirm the board without getting into what I'll call the messiness of the court cases and the decisions there.
Counselor, I would agree with that, yes. If you find that first reason very persuasive, there's no reason to necessarily make a finding about that court case at all, if you wish not to in this matter.
Okay, and then I think in public comment, we heard that we were shown a streetscape that extended further than what should be considered. What does the code say? I think you said 600 feet in either direction. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, we do define the streetscape differently a little bit based on the street configuration. But in this situation, yes, I believe it's 600 feet. And I think that Ms. Ramirez-Thomas might be a better person if you have a lot of detailed questions about streetscape calculations, because she is much more of an expert on that, but 600 feet in either direction of the property.
All right, and we saw an awful lot of quote unquote streetscape photos from the west side of the street, not many from the east. Do we have many of those?
I could go back to my slideshow if you'd like. I definitely tried to capture both. And in the sections that I captured, I would say that the east side of the street is more characterized by almost like open space. There's a picket fence right across the street, sort of more vegetation and a little bit more of an open feel on the east side, sort of towards the foothills.
Right, and I think your picture was probably the only one that gave any indication of that. The other photos, you know, tended to be on the west side and didn't depict very much the feeling on the east side, which is, I mean, your photo did show the low fence to the east, but then sort of, I feel like we were walking sideways, not looking at both sides of the street.
I would offer also, we could potentially get on Google Street View and tool around a little more if you wanted to live at the hearing. I think you've seen quite a few of those photos, but if you want to request that, that's something we sometimes do at board hearings because it does assist with that streetscape question.
Okay, I just would point out that I think we got we got really good looks at one side of the street. And then the only other thing I would ask you to confirm is, again, I believe you said we review this de novo. So I believe it was suggested that the primary reason that the H board decided the way they did was because you couldn't see the chimney. But again, we get to make our own decision, and we only need one of the three reasons. Because
Mayor Weber, Councilor Marworth, that's correct. Yes. If you see any reason, I mean, you can apply the Historic Districts Ordinance to the facts of this appeal. Fresh start.
Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Garcia, you have your hand up and you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Councilor Marworth, for your questions. I think it kind of is going down the path that I want to explore in regards to the streetscape. And so given that, you know, if we want to only take into context or consideration the pictures that Ms. Paez presented to us in the presentation, I think I counted 3 residences that look to be in compliance with what is being proposed. I saw the next door neighbor had a coyote fence that looks like it would be relatively similar height of what's being proposed. So if we want to, if you wouldn't mind, let's pull those pictures up just so my colleagues can see.
So Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, I think you're asking for the streetscape tour photos.
Yes.
Yes, and I think because of the way that the streetscape tour that you gave us is more of like a jumpy in that sense, whereas it might be a good idea to do a Google walkthrough, just because Google kind of goes, not in jumps. So if we continue, I think you said that was southbound.
This is south. Yeah, we've got Sun Mountain in the background.
Okay, so no, let's actually go up through your presentation.
So this would
No,
be
the
the
pictures.
north? Oh,
No,
okay.
I'm talking about the pictures provided earlier in the presentation, if you wouldn't mind, so I can see, because it wasn't part of the tour. I think it was in a slide right there, the slide 11. And so if we look at the height of that coyote fence with the existing wall and how that is in relevance to with what is being proposed, that to me is not exceeding height restrictions in that sense. So to me, I think that to me, we've got to take that into consideration, because that was a reason that it's high and it's blocking views, etc. And then if we want to go back through that street view, I think I counted another 2 arches at minimum during that short little tour, so to speak. So to me, that is consistent. It's not like if there are, it is one archway proposed out of the, and I guess let's, for context, how many houses we're looking at and how many archways, this would be 2, maybe the 3rd out of 5 houses we're looking at. So to me is not out of, it continues that consistency. The big, I guess, primary challenge in that sense that we've heard is the chimney. So can we pull up a picture of what the proposed drawing, the proposed structure would look like? So I guess my question is, and if we do a Google Street View, would we be able to still see the chimney from what's presented on the screen, the right side of the wall? I know the left wall is going to be a little higher, might be a little more challenging to look over that wall, but would the right side still provide that view? And to me, it looks like if it's same height, then it should still create that view to that chimney. And then I guess the last thing and this is more of a question, that it has not been confirmed the designer of this chimney, correct? It could be community legend that Will Schuster designed this.
Yes.
We cannot attribute that to fact, correct?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, the record before the historic board, there was a couple folks who sort of implied they thought it was constructed by Will Schuster. The owner did testify under oath that she had tried to research that aspect of her property and was unable to confirm with certainty who had constructed or designed the chimney. So we do not know, as I do not know. The record does not show.
Councilor,
Right. Okay.
Councilor, I see a hand up from Ms. Thomas. I wonder if she has something she wants to contribute to your question.
Thank you, Mayor and councilors. It is attributed to Schuster, one, because it was the first house that was constructed. And then it's also consistent with the sculptural elements that he imbued in the front of his houses and in other fireplaces that he had inside the 3 houses that he constructed. There is actually good literary references indicating that this is a Schuster freehand masonry sculpture on the exterior of the building.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ramirez Thomas.
Back to you.
So we can confirm then that Mr. Schuster built this house.
Mayor and Councilor Garcia, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Schuster had 3 homes on Camino del Monte Sol, It was at 550, 580, and 542. And this was the first house that he constructed.
Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying that. And I guess that kind of then gets back to the question I had earlier, and maybe this is where the Google Street View, and this is challenging because are we able to have the view? Because even from this picture, we're able to still see the chimney. This would be obstructed, right, with the proposed new wall, or it would not?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, I did have to really work the angle to get this picture because I really wanted you to be able to see the sculptural element. And just to sort of reiterate, this is from one of those cameras on top of the car. So it is fairly high perspective, and I definitely worked the angle to kind of get the best view that I can. If you'd like, we can try to go onto Google Street View and sort of look around a little more if you find that helpful.
I would. I mean, maybe after my colleagues ask their questions, I'd hate to take up all the time pulling that up. I would at the end of the presentation, just to get a quick glance of what the view is like now, just because, like I said, the tour you took us on is kind of jumpy, and I know Google Street View kind of moves up in 10 feet at a time, so to speak. So it might be able to provide a perspective that might help.
I can pull that up at any time.
Mayors, councilors,
Okay.
I have that pulled up on my screen if you'd like me to share it now, just FYI.
Sure. Yeah, let's take a quick glance at it.
Can folks see that? On my screen?
Yes,
Now we've got your email.
Emails. That's
Sorry.
right.
Let me try that again. I apologize.
I have it open too, if you would like for me to show it.
Why don't you do that, Nicole? Sorry about that. Technical difficulties.
Thomas, you want to guide us to Google?
Yes.
There you go.
Okay. So here's the property and the low yard wall. And just to kind of address the streetscape issue, because I do think that that was primary to what the board was discussing. The streetscape is measured here from the center of basically the front door of the house, 600 feet in either direction when the streetscape is straight. So if we come up the street, we can see that there are low yard walls on this side for quite a ways. And at the point where we start seeing higher walls, they're associated with the actual structure. They're not just the yard wall. So I think that's an important differentiation. And then as Ms. Paez showed, on this side of the street, you have these split rail post fences, which are very common along here. And then if we go a little bit further down, and I'm not measuring, but I want to point out again that this wall is part of the structure. It's not a yard wall. And we go down, and then it starts to get a little bit higher. And the arch detail is part of the streetscape and usual in the streetscape. And for that reason, staff didn't see any issue with that arch detail on the wall, and it didn't require an exception to have that. It is allowed by code.
Ms. Thomas, if you could go back though, go
sure.
back, because I think that was one of the houses I saw that had an archway.
Oh, sure, yeah.
This next door neighbor. So see, they've got an archway right in front of that white truck.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And so in thinking about,
and I think the next door neighbor next to them had an archway as well.
Mm-hmm, yes, and I don't think that the board was adverse to the arch detail. I think that the consideration was the space, which is actually largely the streetscape. And Camino del Monte Sol is a unique streetscape in Santa Fe. Many of the homes were built by artists, and in particular, the Los Cinco Pintores, Will Schuster being one of them. And they helped develop this area. And the motto of their group, of this early 20th century artist group, was that they wanted to take art to the people. And for that reason, each of their houses actually has some kind of art on the streetscape to be offered to the public. And so I think that that was a consideration by the board in the streetscape, even though it wasn't particularly well articulated. And then one other consideration is that after the board hearing, staff did meet with the applicant's agent, Carlos Kinsey, and suggested that the arch detail in the gate be moved over just slightly, allowing a little bit better view of that architectural feature that exists on the house. So there was an alternative suggested that I think is reasonable, but the preference, there was no preference for that from the applicant. So would you like me to drive anymore?
Why don't you hold for 1 second, because the city attorney's hand is up, and I wonder if you have a comment you want to contribute to this at this time.
Mayor Weber, councilors, just a procedural matter. I understand, so it's absolutely great to get the factual questions answered on some of the things. I think the Schuster information earlier might not have been in the record, so I think we probably should swear in Nicole just to get those factual statements under oath. Thank you.
Can we, Carl, can we swear in Ms. Thomas at this time?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Nicole, upon penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give and have given is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Nicole.
Mm-hmm.
Back to you, Councilor Garcia. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. So, Ms. Ramirez Thomas, can we go back to the house? And is there a way to look or position ourselves that would be to the right side of where the now gate is, to be able to see if there could be that unobstructed view of this? And I think we are, I don't know, given that there's prior cases that said there is no right, we don't have the right to rule on that. I think maybe that ultimately is not the right grounds to deny this if should we. So it does, I think if, how high is the wall now, and how high are they proposing to raise it on that right side? Or is it not being proposed to raise at all?
Mayor and Councilor Garcia, the only portion that is suggested to be raised is kind of a slope along here to create this little arch here. And then staff's suggestion after the hearing and meeting with the applicant and asking them if they'd like to return with a redesign was to place the arch a little bit more over here.
Mm-hmm. Which, in my opinion, I mean, I think the view is not obstructed as it sits, but if they were to move it to the left, you would even have a clear view. But I think it's hard to tell from this perspective, but trying to imagine what it would look like, and I don't see a challenge there. With that, thank you for taking us on this tour, Ms. Ramirez Thomas. I really appreciate it. At the time, I have no further questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Lindell, followed by Councilor Vigil Coppler.
Thank you, Mayor. I think Mr. Herdman said that the main reason, just trying to confirm this, the main reason the board focused on was the chimney visibility. Sally, do we know that?
Thank you, Mayor Weber. Councilor Lindell, I would not characterize it that way. I mean, as this group knows, when you're making decisions as a group of 7 or 9, you may not all have 100% resonance in your reasoning, right? And I think that different board members obviously all had their own opinion at the hearing, and I think several different reasons came together and coalesced in the ultimate decision of the board. I know that at least some of the board members felt strongly that this change was such a significant alteration to the historic structure that it was almost no longer the same historic structure. They had recently designated this as a historic structure, contributing structure at a hearing just a couple of months before. They had looked at it, decided it was special because of its character, its design, its simplicity, the way it ties into the house and the street. So they had, recently determined that as it's constructed, that it was an important structure that should be designated contributing and should be protected. So I think that was an important reason that went into the decision. I think the desire to maintain the low street wall effect on this part of the streetscape definitely weighed into the decision and was perhaps even emphasized more by certain members of the board. And then certainly the view of the chimney was also an important concern for board members. And so all 3 reasons are in the written decision, and all 3 were things that were raised as significant concerns at the hearing.
Okay, thank you. I think that from the little tour that we just got from Nicole, Nicole, did you say that it's 600 feet? What's the 600-foot definition fit into? Help me with that.
Yes, Mayor and Councilor Lindell. So that description of how streetscape is described is in 14-5.2 D9 of the code. And if you'd like, I can show you there are little diagrams in that section that kind of give a description. And I will share this quickly of how the streetscape is to be measured. So we have on Camino del Monte Sol, we have a straight streetscape. So it's 600 feet in either direction. And that's explicitly described how to do these measurements throughout this section.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm seeing is that the streetscape on this section and in this area is not really what I'm seeing in the appellant's Exhibit 3, which is gate upon gate upon gate. And that's not exactly what I'm seeing in the streetscape when we look at those photos that you've shown us. I thought it was interesting, really, what you said about bringing art to people. Because I think that when you look at the appellant's Exhibit 3 of the photos of the gates and the walls, it's keeping everything from the people. I mean, these are just tall walls down this street that are keeping people out of even viewing people's houses. So it's, in my mind, it's far from bringing art to people. So I don't really have too much else to say on this, but typically when we have one of these appeals, I do remind myself that the people that serve on the Historic Review Board have given us hundreds, if not thousands, of hours of their donated time, and they've been committed to this. And I personally always have to have pretty over-the-top reason or evidence to overturn their decisions. And I'm not sure, how long has the applicant lived in this house?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Lindahl, I can't answer that question, but Mr. Herdman may be able to, and I'm sure we can also swear in the property owner, Laura Chalk, is actually present as well.
If Mr. Herdman just gives me an idea of time, that's fine.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I do not have the answer to that question. Ms. Chalk would need to answer that.
Okay, so maybe the owner would like to say how long they've owned this house.
We'd need to swear her in. We need to swear the owner in and then unmute, or unmute and then swear in.
Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Is she present?
I see a box with her name on it. Are you able to unmute at this time, Ms. Chalk?
Muted?
There you go.
Unmuted?
Yes,
Okay.
now we hear you.
Okay, yes, I've owned the house since September 15th, but I am originally from Santa Fe.
That's
so
all I
I'm
needed
native.
to know. Thank you.
I apologize, Ms. Chalk, but if we could still swear you in, that would be great.
Oh, I thought you did.
Oh,
Yeah,
if we did, we didn't hear you. I apologize.
Okay, I do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Mayor, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you.
Councilor Vihel-Coppler, you have the floor.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Ms. Paez, I heard you say that the Will Schuster documentation is not on record. And then I heard Ms. Thomas say that it was.
You, Mayor Weber, Councilor Vihel-Coppler, all I have to go on are the papers and testimonies submitted from the historic board. I am not at all a subject matter expert on this type of stuff. And so Ms. Ramirez Thomas, being somebody who really specializes in historic preservation and similar things, has a lot more personal knowledge about those kinds of matters. So if you'd like to ask her further about, where she's gleaned that information, but in terms of what I can rely on, it's only what was said at the historic board hearing, which was inconclusive at that time.
And I think you said it was legend or something like that. Am I right?
I don't know if perhaps. Okay. I believe that may have been from the public comment, actually.
Oh, okay. All right. Ms. Thomas?
Yes, Mayor and Councilor Vihel-Coppler. So there is documentation that was not included in the staff report. That one is an HCPI form, which is a historic cultural properties inventory form that the city does have on file. Another source is the Camino del Monte Sol Architectural Historic Survey that was conducted in 1984. And additionally, there was a book on Will Schuster called Will Schuster, A Santa Fe Legend by Joseph Dispenza and Louise Turner. And they all make reference to this property. And again, just having been at Schuster houses, this sculptural quality is consistent with features inside and outside of his houses. And in addition, I would say, and this is my conjecture, that there are paintings that he did at this point in time of the Carlsbad Caverns that look remarkably similar to kind of how the design undulates on the fireplace on the outside.
Thank you. Having that information, is there any reason why it wasn't introduced into the record?
One, I had to find these references in my garage. And so I didn't have them prior to today. And then in terms of the staff report that was prepared, the focus was on the wall in the garage, and a separate HCPI form was created for the board's consideration of whether or not those two structures contributed to the district, because they hadn't been evaluated prior. Only the main house had been evaluated for its significance to the district.
So thank you. So I guess Ms. Paez how would that work? I mean, we're a judicial body right now. So would that have to be introduced as evidence, or we could just, how does that work?
Thank you, Mayor Weber, Councilor Vihil-Coppler. It's a very good question. Tonight is a new hearing, and so all of the information and testimony you hear tonight is factual evidence you can rely on, and that's why the city attorney did want to swear in Ms. Ramirez-Thomas, because she is introducing new facts and evidence that were not already in the record. And so in doing so, she's kind of become a bit of an expert witness for this body, and you can certainly give her testimony and evidence the weight to which you think it deserves in terms of applying the law to the facts. But that is part of the information that you may consider. And in these hearings, we do not strictly follow the rules of evidence. Our code expresses kind of a preference for getting as much relevant facts and information before you as we can. And so it's a little bit looser, but certainly everything introduced tonight at this hearing is facts and evidence that you can rely on in making your decision tonight.
Okay, well, apparently there's some things on paper that are readily available, but I'm wondering if I can ask, wouldn't the information that Ms. Thomas has have to be given to Mr. Herdman?
Councilor Vihil-Coppler, having sworn her in as a fact witness, we're really treating her the same as any other witness. I mean, we would also similarly allow, say, the property owner wished to provide further testimony, sworn testimony, she could certainly do so as well, and you would also be entitled to rely on that in the same manner. So any new factual information that's being introduced tonight, and certainly, Mr. Herdman, I think we could allow him to respond to the factual testimony on behalf of his client. But there's no requirement to bring all of that before the hearing. Testimony can be brought in at this stage.
Well, then I guess I would ask Mr. Herdman to give an opinion about what's been testified to as far as the chimney.
Mr. Herdman.
Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, I think the record's clear that there's nothing conclusive in the record that attributes that chimney to Mr. Schuster or anyone specifically. There was some sort of comments in passing during the HDRB hearing. When you look at the most authoritative source of historical information, it includes the Historic Cultural Properties Inventory Report. I looked at that. I did not see anything in there that attributed the sculpture or the chimney to Mr. Schuster. That report goes back to that period of time. So I think it's inconclusive, but it's also, in my opinion, and I feel strongly about this, it's irrelevant because the law says you cannot deny a project on the basis that a proposed improvement blocks the view of another structure. The implications of that, as I said, would be draconian if I am entitled to now appear before the HDRB and say that somebody wants to put a wall up in front of their house and it blocks the view of the house, you can count that I'll be appearing before the HDRB saying that's not possible. If it blocks the view of something 100 yards away, another property, etc., it's unmanageable, it's unlawful. The courts have confirmed that there's no basis whatsoever for the city of Santa Fe to deny a project because it blocks the view of another structure, including a historically significant structure. So that's where I come out on that issue.
Thank you. Nicole, Councilwoman Nicole had her hand up. I think she might have, or maybe it's an old hand. Nicole, did you have anything to add to the councilor's question about the chimney?
Thank you, Mayor Weber and Councilor Vihil Coppler. I can read from this document that it was not part of the staff report. It is available via the city. That's the Camino del Montiso Architectural Historic Survey from 1984 that does directly name and attribute that chimney to Mr. Schuster. If you'd like for me to read it, I'm happy to, but there is a reference in here on page 31 of this document.
Thank you for mentioning that. You don't have to read it.
You have the floor, Counselor.
Mr. Mayor, I see Ms. Chalk's hand up. I would like to call
Okay.
on her.
Ms. Chalk, I'm not sure there's a specific question directed at you by Councilor Vihil Coppler, but you do have your hand
I
up.
will ask then, Ms. Chalk, do you have an answer for me on anything I've asked? Or
Well, I have what the prior owners told me, and they said their understanding was that it was a sculpture that was done by Applegate. But they had nothing, that they gave me no documentation to that effect, but that was their belief, and Schuster was never mentioned. So for that, that's the most I can offer on that, Kip.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
The next thing I was going to bring up was the district court case, and I'm not sure if I heard correctly, but I think Ms. Paez maybe casually said we didn't have to rely on that. For what reasons?
Thank you, Mayor Weber, Councilor Vihil Coppler. That was one of several reasons for the board's decision to deny this project. And so any code-based reason for denying the proposal would be an appropriate reason for the governing body likewise to not approve this change to the yard wall. And so if you find that it's persuasive, one of the other reasons, for example, that the change to the architectural design is such that it so dramatically changes what has been designated as a contributing structure and violates that provision of our code that prohibits that, that would be an independent reason to affirm the board. Likewise, that streetscape idea could be an independent reason to affirm the board. And if one of those reasons is persuasive and the governing body doesn't want to go through the process of trying to determine whether or not the facts here are distinguishable from that court case, then that is an appropriate way to decide the matter.
Okay, well, I tend to, I mean, I did read that case, and I tend to believe that, we don't have a legal basis to use that as, blocking the chimney as a reason to deny the appeal. So I'm ruling that out. And I'm also ruling it out because it appears you can still see the chimney from the right side of that wall anyway, because not all of it is going to be blocked. And then I didn't hear you say anything about like what view would it have to be blocked by? Is the code specific? Do you have to be standing square straight? Can you view it from the right? Can you view it from the left, or can you go up in a drone and view it? I don't know if the code is that specific, but it appears to me that it can be viewed, following Councilor Garcia's questioning, from the right side if you're facing the house. So with that, and with the district court case, I would say that particular one becomes moot. And then the second one with the height, clearly that coyote fence next to it is similar in height. And the gate seems to meet the design standards as noted by the Historic Preservation Division. And I know that's just the gate and the design, but from what I saw, it doesn't really seem to be much different than what is already there. So I just wanted some of those questions answered, and just bear with me for a second. Oh, and then just to say that, you know, I can appreciate the work of the Historic Review Board, but it wasn't a unanimous decision. So there is still some room for discussion as we've had here today. And I guess beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So thank you very much. That is all, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you, Councillor. Councilwoman Villarreal, you had your hand up and you have the floor.
Sorry, I couldn't find the unmute. Thank you, staff, for the detailed information, and the packet material was very thorough. I think what I'm just coming to the realization about is, even from these photos, is the vegetation itself, the existing vegetation blocks the view in certain instances, or depending on where you're looking. So to me, I kept thinking, well, what if the owner wanted to plant vegetation on the inside in the courtyard, say a rose bush or some kind of bush, and it starts growing, then that would actually block the view of the potential bottom part of the chimney. So it's not just about a wall, it's about what an owner would want to do in their own property. And there may be instances where it would be blocked anyway, because based on this viewpoint straight on the gate, if even if there was a wall that was flush and it wasn't that particular gate, it would still block that area. So I guess all those instances of saying that that was the reason, it doesn't really fit well with me. And I guess it keeps going back to the fact that we can't deny, or should not deny, based on the view, can't deny it based on the view of another structure. And I do appreciate the time. I think all of the councilors, or the governing body, appreciate the H board and their time and decision-making and the amount of time they spend to look at cases like this that are, very, there's a lot of details to think about. But I also think about one board member, Board Member Guida, that talked about his perspectives, and I actually agree with his perspectives and analysis, and that the reconstructed gate entrance would not take away from the significant contributions of the house. And the other point he made about thinking about how things have been done historically, making a stronger, safer, and in my opinion, actually more visually appealing gate is actually how they would have done it historically, and probably Will Schuster would have too. So I just think that there's, given the criteria and decision tree, I don't feel like any of those, based on the information I heard tonight, really hold weight enough for me to say that I personally would want to vote in favor of the historic board and their reasoning behind denying this. So just wanted to make a point.
Thank you. I appreciate the point. I'll try to be polite. We should do questions now and statements later going forward, just so we keep
the question was about adding vegetation on the inside.
Okay.
And if staff, that would be allowable, and therefore it would block the view.
I understand.
So is that a question? That's a question then.
That was a very good question.
Sally, thank you. Thank you for the point about the questions, and thank you also for the question. And the comments are great too. We can do more of them. But the vegetation is not regulated by the code. So yes, the property owner could plant more trees, rose bushes, whatever, that would be fine. But in the way that we kind of view public visibility when applying provisions of our code that are relevant to public visibility questions is we tend to make a determination between things that are more temporary in nature, such as vegetation, or the types of fences that aren't really protected by our guidelines. We generally consider those things that kind of legally under our code are not things that block public visibility. Whereas, say, a contributing wall structure that you would need permission to demolish or something like that typically is something that potentially could block public visibility sort of legally. So just in terms of how we apply public visibility standards, even though as a like in reality, yes, a big tree full of leaves is going to block the view. We do kind of consider that to be a temporary condition that is not necessarily going to endure through the life of a historic structure. And I don't know, Nicole, if you needed to help me explain that better, but okay.
No, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Casa Sanchez, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everybody. I only have, I believe, 2 quick questions. I'm less concerned about the view, as I think that we've really discussed that one, and that's really just not a valid argument that we can make based on past legal cases. But what I am more interested in, I've been trying to scroll through the giant packet, and I'm so sorry, my PrimeGov is not doing it quickly, so I'm going to need some assistance here, is the discussion about the wall being given the contributing status and how that did occur recently. And I was hoping to get some more information about that.
Councilor, I see that Mr. Herdman's interested in responding to that. I don't know if you wanted to hear from him or if you're directing that to staff.
I was directing it to staff, but I would also be happy to hear from Mr. Herdman as well.
Thank you, Mayor. I couldn't find the button to technically raise my hand, so I did it the old-fashioned way. And thank you for recognizing me. So I want to emphasize that the HDRB did not find that there was a loss or that there would be a loss of contributing status to the wall. And so I want to make certain that we don't go down that rabbit hole because the HDRB didn't. They said this was their finding. They said the board finds that the proposed change to the front yard wall would alter the architectural features and spaces that embody the status of the contributing yard wall structure, but they did not expressly find that there would be a resulting loss of contributing status to the wall. And I think that's critically important. Their finding is on the basis of a design standard, not that there would be a resulting loss of contributing status. And so, I think that's really imperative to emphasize in this case.
Thank you, Mr. Herdman. And staff would be great.
You want Sally to also respond?
Yes, and thank you, Sally, for pulling up documents that I can see.
Certainly. So the status review case involving the wall also involved the garage. As Ms. Ramirez-Thomas mentioned earlier, the house had been designated significant previously, and I don't actually have those. But because this matter came before the board recently in January, that was when they did designate the wall. So the board had the same composition, the same members that it has now. And I did not include the entire record of that case. It included, the staff packet included the same historic inventory that was presented again in the case that is now on appeal. So that was a lot of the same information, but you can see that staff did provide a report discussing the wall, sort of describing those basic features of the wall as are set forth in the inventory form. And the board discussion of that case did primarily focus on the garage because that was kind of a more, I think, complicated question. It used to be, I think, a 2-car garage that ended up getting split into 2 different properties. It's one structure that straddles the property line. It was all very kind of complicated. And so there's not a lot in the findings that are kind of specific to the wall. A lot of it was about the garage. But ultimately, the board found that the wall met the definition of a contributing structure. And that's about it. Based on the information set forth in the staff report and exhibits, this is finding 10. And the testimony and evidence presented at the hearing, the board finds that the yard wall, excluding the non-historic gate and garage, meet the definition of contributing structure. And that had been recommended by staff. And my sense of it was that the board, just really appreciated the character of the wall as it exists in a very simple form. They do tend to prefer lower walls, back to a time when many walls were lower. They do, definitely appreciate sort of the human scale, things like that that are important. So those are the kind of things that I think weighed into their decision at that previous hearing. And it was recently enough that everyone on the board had been a part of that previous case. I don't know if that's what you were getting at, Counselor. If you have further questions, please.
No, yeah, I appreciate it. And I appreciate it because I was trying to pull it up on my own computer and was unable to do so. So thank you for pulling up the section. I don't believe I have any further questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Rivera, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. So Counselor Cassett Sanchez asked the first question I also had. So thank you for that, Counselor. The next one was regards to, just out of curiosity, how do we know the gate isn't part of that original wall? How do we know it's not over 50 years old?
Mr. Herdman has the answer to that question.
There we go. The materials in the historic reviews in the packet materials that staff prepared and presented to the HDRB indicate that it's a non-historic structure because of its age. So I think we can defer to that determination.
So I'm just curious how staff came up with that determination.
If I may
defer to staff on that.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, I believe that information came straight out of the Historic Cultural Properties Inventory, the HICP form that was included in the staff report, and Nicole probably knows more, but I believe a new historic inventory was actually created for the wall and the garage recently, and Nicole can probably elaborate more as to how the experts who wrote that report came to that conclusion.
Paul, do you have some information on that?
Yes, Mayor and Councilor Rivera. So yes, a new historic cultural properties inventory form was created, and that form details kind of the history, and in this case of the wall and the garage. And it talks about historic material and historic integrity. And in regard to the gate, I would say that its construction is of milled lumber, and one of the elements that kind of is unique to these houses, especially along Camino del Monte Sol, is that there wasn't milled lumber. It was kind of rough-hewn wood, such as like you would see in like a rough viga or kind of an original coyote fence or adobe walls and those types of things. So I would say that the gate is distinctly not historic for some of those reasons.
Okay. And so the wall is contributing. It is a significant structure. Is it considered the primary facade for the home itself?
Thank you, Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera. The home itself has, as a significant structure, we normally treat all facades as primary in terms of applying our code provisions that limit how you can alter a significant structure. The wall is a separate structure with a separate designation, and the practice has not been to designate primary facades on a wall structure. In part, I think because the actual definition of primary facade kind of describes it in a way that isn't a good fit for a wall. So we don't normally kind of use that primary facade specific rules when we're dealing with a wall.
Do we know if it was applied in this case or?
Thank you, Councilor Rivera. The board did not rely on any of our specific code provisions that talk about changing primary facades. There's a whole section that kind of talks about you can't do an addition on a primary facade without an exception, and you can't build within 10 feet of a primary facade without an exception, and you can't change window and door openings on a primary facade without an exception. And in this case, none of those primary facade specific code provisions were applied by the board or staff in making the determinations with regard to whether or not this change to the wall should be permitted.
Okay, that was all I had, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Counselor. Other hands at this time during this question period? I wouldn't mind asking a couple of clarifying questions. And particularly, Sally, I'll start with you as my expert witness on this. I'm looking at the section 4, well, it's a long number. I'm looking in terms of the first criterion, and the last sentence says the removal of historic materials or alteration of architectural features and spaces that embody the status shall be prohibited, that embody the status. I'm wondering if you can unpack that for me a little bit and give me a feeling for what it means to embody the status.
Sorry, in sharing my screen, I lost my mute button.
I thought you were expecting me to figure it out just by reading that slide, and I wasn't getting anywhere.
Well, I don't know that I can add a whole lot to it other than to say that, you know, I think in designating a structure as contributing or significant, the board is really looking at a variety of things, but mostly architectural features and how those contribute to the district, how they relate to the surrounding area, any associated structures. And the best I can really do here, and this is why I kind of provided the bullet points of the description of the wall from the HICP form, is that what are the features that made this special? What is the essence of this contributing structure that the board thought were necessary to preserve? And what we have in the record is the description from the HICP. So that's really, I mean, it's a simple structure. It's a human scale structure. It's fairly low. It's not a 6 or 7 foot wall like we see kind of further north on this road. It's adobe. It's stuccoed. I think it was sort of all of the features of this wall and the way it's put together, the way it's designed, the way it relates to its environment. I think the board, in evaluating things, questions of status designation, those are the things that they're taking into account. I mean, they're applying those, the definition of a contributing structure, which we've kind of broken into those elements. It has to be old enough, it has to contribute to the district, it has to have historic integrity. But in terms of contributing to the district, I think those are the kind of things they're looking at. And so I think, these are the characteristics that embody the character of this wall. The architectural features are pretty simple. And it's admittedly kind of an esoteric concept, at least for some of us that don't practice this this area all the time. I don't know if that helped at all, but.
Mr. Herdman, can you give your reading of that language? It's again, the removal of historic materials or alteration of architectural features and spaces that embody the status shall be prohibited.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I think that in my 30 years or so of doing this, my understanding of how the HDRB and historic preservation staff has approached that language and the application of that particular provision is, if an applicant comes forward and wants to propose the alteration of a contributing structure, staff makes the decision, and I believe the code provides that staff makes the decision that an exception is required. And then if the application is going to run afoul of that provision, the property owner is told you need to apply for an exception, which entails a particular criteria, et cetera. And in this particular case, staff said no exception is required. So there was a determination by staff that there was no that this application did not implicate that particular provision. And the HDRB also did not find that an exception was required. The applicant was not told at the hearing, hey, we think you need to apply for an exception because staff missed this and it implicates this particular provision. So I think that the understanding of this provision is through the manner in which it has been applied and over the years, and that's the way it has been applied. And I think it's just patently unfair in a situation where an applicant comes forward, says you don't need an exception, spend the money with your architect, apply before the HDRB, make your presentation, and then the HDRB purports to rely upon this particular provision, but without finding that there's a loss of contributing status. So, the way this application has proceeded is, patently runs afoul of the manner in which that particular provision has been applied over the years, in my experience. And that's what, troubles me very deeply, and it troubles my client as well, that it's bait and switch. It's gotcha after all the expense incurred going through this process.
Thank you for unpacking that for me. Nicole, did you want to weigh in on that and help me out?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. So one, staff didn't make a mistake. Staff did not see the need for an exception to be requested. And then I would say that in this concept of embodiment, streetscape is inherent because Ms. Paez touched on this, the context in which buildings within a historic district exist is important. And that's why there's different districts, because they all embody distinct characteristics. And then in the case of Camino del Monte Sol, it has even a little bit more specific historic character than some of the other places.
Thank you, which very nicely segued to my next question. So I'm interested in the streetscape question next. And we've had different views of different stretches of the street in different parts of the roadway, right? Different sides of the street. The language again talks about that it, as you just said, the streetscape's defined as the visual character of a street or section of a street as defined by topography, pattern of structures, open space, building and wall setbacks, street design, architectural design, heights, widths, and so on. Sally and Nicole, does there have to be, is the expectation there will be 100% uniformity? We assess a streetscape, or is it the preponderance of the character of the streetscape that we're asked to evaluate? If there's one higher wall, but everything else is a lower wall, does that one higher wall then dismiss the preponderance of lower walls? How do you evaluate? Is it a math problem? What are we doing with the issue of the enoughness of streetscape character?
Mayor, I'll take a stab at it and then I'll see if Nicole wants to elaborate further, but you do take it as a whole. So yeah, it's a little bit of a math problem, right? What kind of mixture of all these things do we have going on? And I just, your question for me kind of highlighted some of the aspects of this Camino study that was prepared by our planning division in the 80s, and it talks about the Camino del Monte Sol streetscape, and they were able to find some provisions in there about, characterized by high walls. But It's an interesting document if you read the whole thing, and it really reflects that this particular streetscape is actually quite varied. It says, Camino as a whole is a deceptively simple streetscape filled with artistic devices. Pueblo Revival buildings are built up from form upon form, material bending and flowing as if poured from the earth. It has balance, rhythm, juxtaposition, and contrast, all emanating from the humblest of materials. It has the contradiction of massive buildings and human scale. The pattern is the estate on the trail, a perverse combination of humble elegance and refined rusticity. So it's kind of this whole idea. It's how everything comes together. And I really kind of liked that passage, how it talks about the combination of the massive buildings and the human scale. And again, for our technical definition, we're only looking at pretty close to the property at issue and making that evaluation. The only other thing I would mention too, in terms of streetscape, if this was a new wall that was being proposed, I think in certain ways it's even more important that it fits in and harmonizes with the streetscape. I think an argument could be made that because this is an existing historic wall that's been there for a very long time, more than 50 years, obviously, to be designated, it kind of has different standing in terms of we want to carry it forward in its historic state. So it kind of kicks in that preservation aspect of our ordinance, which has sort of both the design elements of how are we going to design new things and changes, but also this preservation side that when we do have a contributing structure, even if it doesn't really fit in, if it's, you know, making that contribution to the district, it doesn't necessarily have to blend. I don't know if you want to say anything else on that, Nicole.
No, I think that it was very well put. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Thank you, Nicole. Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just quick question for staff, I guess, for point of clarification. There was a suggestion for the applicant to move the opening of the proposed archway. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, that is correct.
Okay, so can we pull up slide number 10 again, please? So with this, with that confirmation, it totally contradicts bullet number 3. How can staff make a recommendation that contradicts with one of the justification for denying the applicant's request?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Rivera, they're not, so Viewshed has been kind of drawn on, and really the consideration is streetscape. And staff in reviewing the application was looking at the contributing wall. Now, adding a feature, an arched feature, doesn't necessarily constitute the removal of historic material. The embodiment of space, that was something that the board called on.
Okay, but I still see in the presentation that was given to us by Ms. Paez, that was the main reason for denial, was the alteration of the architectural features. And I don't know about you, but you cannot remodel a wall without altering it. And so it completely contradicts it. And I really see a situation where I don't see, honestly, any grounds for denying the appeal, given that the information provided by staff contradicts, given by the previous cases, they have stated that we don't have the authority to preserve historic view based on prior cases. And with that, I'm no other questions. I just don't see any justification for denial.
Thank you, Councilor. Are there any other questions at this time? We've been around. There are, I think, maybe one or two of our council members have not chosen to ask a question at this time, and that's completely appropriate and fine. But if you wanted to, I think now would be the time to do it. If you wanted to raise your hand. Councilor Meyerworth's hand is up for another turn, but anybody who hasn't had a turn would like to avail themselves. I want to encourage you to do that before we stop this section and move into the opportunity for staff to respond and then close down the public hearing. So just a warning of getting to the end of the question period. Councilor Meyerworth, you have the floor.
Yeah, just really quick. The passage, Sally, that you wrote, or that you, not that you wrote, that you read, about the, kind of describing the whole of Camino Monte Sol. Again, I just want to go back to what we're focused on is 600 feet in either direction. Am I correct?
Thank you, Mayor Weber, Councilor Romero-Worth. Yes, in terms of the way our code defines the relevant streetscape, it is 600 feet in either direction of the property.
Okay, and just one other thought that I've had, when that section of the code talks about space, I can kind of think about that as, literally space, right? It's like the open air, the openness is space. Is that one way to think about it?
I think that is definitely one way to think about it. Seems like a reasonable way to apply the word space. I suspect reasonable minds might differ a little bit on the scope of how they would define the spaces that define the status of a contributing structure. But I definitely think
is the word, I'm sorry to interrupt, is the word spaces or space?
Spaces.
Spaces, okay. But we could interpret spaces in lots of different ways, I think.
I think so, but I do agree that open space is definitely a plain language application of the word spaces. Maybe it's, I don't know, fenestration openings in a structure, or areas that are not built in.
All right, that's all I have. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, I think we'll put that element to rest. And now we will move to staff. If you wish, you can respond to evidence submitted and/or testimony for a couple minutes if you want to. You're not obligated, but you may want to have a few moments to reflect on what you think we heard.
Mayor, I just have one kind of final thing that I want to mention with regard to staff's recommendation. Staff in these cases makes a recommendation to the historic board. The historic board is the quasi-judicial body tasked with ultimately applying the code and reaching a decision. So although our code, it requires staff to determine if an exception to the code is required, because if we're going to be requiring an exception, that changes the nature of the application. We need the person to respond to the exception criteria. We include the exception request in our official notices that we post on the property, put in our agendas. So that does, it sets sort of a course for the case, but ultimately those staff recommendations are just that. So I just want to point out that ultimately the board is the decision-making body unless it comes to you all, and now you are the decision-making body. So although staff provides a lot of helpful information and recommendations, ultimately that's not really controlling at the end of the case. So I just wanted to make that additional point, and I think everything else has sort of been addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Mr. Herdman, if you would like to have a closing statement now for maximum of 5 minutes, you have the floor.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I would. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I want to share my screen. There's been a lot of discussion about the purported impacts of the proposed gate on the wall. I want to emphasize, can you see the streetscape view that I'm showing there?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to emphasize that this yard wall this is confirmed in the record, is 75 feet long. Okay, and you can see here where the gate is. There's this sort of arbor structure already there. This proposed arched gate will be located here at a very small portion of the overall length of this wall. And I want to let me just show you. I'm going to share my screen, a different screen. And so here is the design. Now this is deceptive because it only shows a small portion of the overall wall. But I emphasize the wall itself is 75 feet long. And so you know, the finding that this small arch portion in the vicinity of the opening again remains unchanged, will somehow affect the contributing status of the wall is unfounded. And I emphasize again that there was no finding that the proposed arched gate would result in a loss of contributing status. Staff was correct that no exception was required because there would be no loss of contributing status to the gate. I also want to emphasize there's been a lot of discussion about the streetscape. So since we've been relying upon information outside of the record, over the course of this proceeding, I got onto Google Earth and I measured 600 feet in both directions of the subject property. So Google Earth tells me that this street, El Caminito, is 542 feet from the subject property. Camino Santander, where I terminated my tour, is approximately 618 feet from the property, okay? It's not just the property next door. So I'd like to take you, so there's no doubt, and I'll take you down the middle of the street, so there's no claim of bias, what the streetscape looks like. And I count 13 pedestrian gates similar to what the client is proposing over that 1,200 feet. Okay, so we go down the road, we see a wall-dominated environment. We see arches. We see pedestrian gates. I'm trying to go slow, but we see a predominantly.
Mr. Hurden, are you trying to share the screen?
We're not.
Yeah,
seeing
did I not? Okay, my apologies.
We're not seeing.
I thought I did. Okay.
Aaron, is there
So forgive the. Are you
Mayor
seeing it?
Weber, I think now we need to swear Mr. Herman.
I think the law says that I'm sworn under oath to tell the truth, but I swear to tell the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So consider that done. And I would apply that oath to my prior testimony that I got on Google Earth and measured the distance. So if you'll indulge me, I need to find where I was. Are you seeing the streetscape now?
No, we're still seeing the
Okay.
Hollywood squares. There you go.
Okay. All right. So let me just get positioned here. Okay. So according to my evaluation on Google Earth, this intersection is approximately 540 feet from the property. So it's within the 600 feet. We'll go straight down the street. So we can all see for ourselves. And what we see is a predominantly wall, a wall, tall wall, high wall dominated environment. And I count 13 pedestrian gates similar to this one here as we go down the street. There's one, there's two, there's three, there's four, there's five.
And roughly how many feet have we traveled?
Well, we're going to travel. I'm going to go approximately the 600 feet in both directions. So we're starting at one end, which is El Caminito, and we're going to approximately Camino Santander. That's the 600 feet approximately in both directions. So that what we're looking at is the streetscape as defined by the code. All right. And so we continue along. I've lost the count of my my gates, but we'll continue along. There's two more. There's another one here. This is the client's appellant's property. We continue down the street. And yes, we have this wall here, but like the appellant's property, I submit to you that that is the exception and not the rule. We have another gate there. And although it's wall dominated, I would submit that these structures that have the walls abutting the street, are part of the wall dominated streetscape. We continue along. Yes, over here, we don't have any walls, but that doesn't take away from the fact that it is a wall dominated, tall wall dominated streetscape. We continue along. We have another gate here. We have another pedestrian gate. We have two here, one there, one there. We have another one here, very much like what the appellant is proposing. We have another one here, very much like what the appellant is proposing. And then before we get to Camino Santander, another one very similar to what the appellant is proposing. So there you have it. And here's Camino Santander. By my estimate, this is 618 feet, this intersection from the subject property. So we could stop at the stop sign. We'll exclude that one over there, which I included. So by my count, which I did previously, there's a total of 13 pedestrian gates, similar to what the client, the applicant is proposing in this case. And it is, we can see it for ourselves. I don't think anybody needs to try to put a spin on it. It is a tall wall dominated environment. That is the streetscape. To the extent that there are low walls, they are clearly the exception and not the rule. So what's being proposed is, I submit to you, indisputably consistent with the existing streetscape. So in terms of the report prepared by the Planning Commission that I cited explains that it is the streetscape contains as a fundamental characteristic high walls at pavement edge, and that buildings behind those walls are partially visible or blocked from view. So, I respectfully disagree with any contention that the streetscape, by increasing, the height of the, by adding the arched gate, that any blockage of the structure below or behind rather is inconsistent with the streetscape. It's contrary to the report, and it's also contrary to the streetscape itself. We go up the street, we see high walls that block the views of the structures behind. Then I also want, there's been a lot of discussion about the view. If we go down and we look at the property, we can see that the height of the wall, so this is where the gate's going to go. Okay, here's the sculpture. Now, I grant you this is from a Google Earth car, but on the other hand, this wall varies from 4 to 5 feet, so that sculpture remains visible. This wall is 75 feet long. You can stand you could stand over here and see it, as confirmed by what I'm showing you. So the idea that an arch gate right here is somehow going to, contravene Mr. Schuster's aspirations of art for all is unfounded. In any event, the law doesn't permit the city to deny the application on the basis that it might partially block the view of something. Who owned the property is not relevant. I know that we like to romance about who owned the property in the past. There's a lot of discussion. Staff likes to talk about that, but there's nothing in the code that allows the HDRB or the governing body to decide an application such as this one on the basis of who historically owned the property. This is all about architectural design and and whether something is consistent or inconsistent. I want to conclude by stating that the applicant's fundamental reason for wanting to do this is to provide additional security to her home by having an arched gate along the lines of many of the other property owners up and down this streetscape who are able to have security by having doors that can be locked to prevent intruders into their property. That's what motivated this applicant to bring this application. And I believe that, that is a legitimate reason, but fundamentally, this proposal complies with the streetscape, comports with the design standards for the district, and does not result in the loss of contributing structure to anything. So for those reasons, I stand for questions, and I respectfully request that you reverse the decision of the HDRB and grant the application as proposed. And I stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Herdman. We actually don't do questions. That was your closing statement.
Thank you.
All right, we are now closing the public hearing, and I just to be absolutely crystal clear, once closed, further questions of witnesses would only be appropriate if someone makes a motion to reopen the public hearing, and that would be allow a response. It would also allow a response by the appellant. But at the moment, we've had the question period. I will now entertain a motion and then discussion from the governing body so that we can focus on the arguments or the pros and the cons that people have already expressed to some extent. So Councillor Maraworth, your hand was up, followed by Councillor Garcia.
I move to deny the appeal and confirm the decision of the board for two reasons. Because the proposal would alter the architectural features and spaces that embody the status of the contributing yard wall structure. And the proposal would render the wall incompatible with the other low street walls located along the Camino del Monte Sol streetscape.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion from, if for the record, Councillor Maraworth made a motion to deny the appeal, and Councillor Lindell seconded that. Now we will entertain discussion for a reasonable amount of time before we go to a vote. Councillor Maraworth, you having made the motion, do you want to address it before we let others speak, or do you feel like the motion speaks for itself at this time?
I'm good for the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to ask Councillor Romero-Worth to provide the justification for her two justifications and the evidence that supports her motion, because I actually find it completely opposite, especially after reviewing the 600 feet in both directions, that it does not alter the landscape. The wall on both sides of the roads tend to be higher walls, and I find all facts and evidence to be completely opposite of what the motion maker is presenting. So I'd like to request that evidence be presented, please.
I'd vote no then, Councillor.
I can't ask my colleague to provide her justification on the matter.
I just did in making the motion.
That is completely, we need to be able to provide justification, and your justification does not stand them. So I will make a motion
That's
to
your
postpone
opinion.
this.
That is your opinion.
I will make a
Councillor.
motion to postpone this decision until we can actually have further justification on the matter. So I'll postpone this decision for 30 days.
I'm going to turn to our city attorney. Is that help guide me through this? We have a motion on the floor to deny the appeal, but we also now have Councillor Garcia making a motion to postpone for 30 days. Remind me what our Robert's Rules of Order provides. If I remember correct, the motion to postpone.
Mayor, I'm not sure if the city attorney wants to take this one. I'll defer to her if she'd like to.
Mayor Wedderburn, did we get a second for that motion?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did we get a second to postpone for 30 days? Good question. I was premature. Is there a second to Councillor Garcia's motion to postpone? There is not a second at the time, Councillor Garcia, but you still have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And given that the lack of evidence by my colleague, I highly encourage my other colleagues to vote no on this motion because there is obvious evidence to the contrary. In fact, there is evidence that if we deny this motion, it will land up in court. It will cost the city additional resources, and we will lose the court case based on precedents. And so if that's the case we want to go down, or the route we want to go down, then vote yes. But if we want to vote with going with precedents and without any facts being presented that the motion maker is willing to present, obviously shows that there is lack of evidence. With that, I'll yield the floor, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor O'Meara-Worth, you have the floor, and anyone else is obviously welcome to weigh in with their own point of view on the motion. Councillor O'Meara-Worth.
I just think this motion was made based on the facts that have been presented to us. And, you know, I think we all are entitled to apply the facts to the law the way we see fit. And as I look at them, if I look 600 feet in either direction, I see that the streetscape, what are the words? That the wall would be rendered incompatible with the other low street walls located along the Camino del Monte Sol. And I think, as I have suggested earlier, you know, we need to look at both sides of the street. And if you look at the fence on the other side, it also is low. And there is openness as you go along the streetscape. And so I think, you know, if it were just a small wall, or not a small wall, a small door, but I think what you have to do in order to accommodate the door is going to change the streetscape, that low, the low street walls that are located along it. Now, I think depending on which direction you go, as you move, let's make sure I get this right. If you move towards Canyon Road, which direction am I going? I'm going north, correct? If I'm going north on Canyon Road, I would agree that the closer you get down towards Canyon Road, you get higher walls. But again, we're only looking at that 600 feet. As you move south towards Old Santa Fe Trail, you have some openness. You have lower walls, particularly on the east side of that street as you move along, again, in the 600 yards from the area that we're looking at. And I also think that, you know, again, the motion speaks for itself. The proposal will alter the architectural features and spaces that embody the status of the contributing yard wall. To put in that gate, I believe, would alter the architectural features of that low wall in a way that would affect the fact that that low wall is a contributing wall structure. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor. Councillor Vihel-Copper, you have your hand up. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for Councillor O'Meara-Worth. While Mr. Herdman was under oath, he presented 600 feet in both directions, or at least what I saw. Are you disputing that? Or are you saying you don't believe him? I don't understand.
I don't think I'm the one on trial here, everybody.
Oh, I'm just asking you a question.
So, you know, you saw that. So again, you saw what I saw. I'm telling you how I saw it. If you saw it differently, then vote the way you saw it. When I look at low walls, the low walls that were there, close to that structure, they were low, and the area was low. And the fencing is low. But again, if you, and the things that were high were the actual structures of the houses that were built right up against the thing. So it gives you, I think, a mixed sense. But if you look at the walls, many of them are low, and it's just a small little segment. You know, I agree. If you go towards Canyon Road, their walls are high, and it's a gauntlet.
Thank you. Yeah,
May I respond?
Sure, you still have the floor, Councilor.
Counselor, I do know you're not on trial. I was just saying that we were presented with two versions of 600 feet. And so what I saw, and I know I said earlier, it's in the eye of the beholder, but what I saw was similar gates, similar sizes, up and down of different various heights. And the streetscape looked very similar to me in the 600 feet. So I know that when we were presented at the very beginning with 600 feet, it didn't go 600 feet, or maybe it did, I don't know. So we got two versions of 600 feet. And so I am, we didn't see a little scale on the screen of the metrics of 600 feet, but I know Mr. Herdman was under oath, so, I trust that he's telling the truth. So I saw something very different, and I'm just wondering what it is you see that I didn't see. And I guess I don't think you want to answer that question because obviously, things are getting a little tense. So I guess I'll just yield the floor and just say, I saw a different thing. I saw a different streetscape with 600 feet presented by somebody under oath. That I believe,
and I did answer the question.
I have the floor. That I believe matches the similarity of the streetscape. And so I will say that I have every right to ask a question. I don't need to be barraged or berated or anything. I'm just asking a question. That's it. And so I appreciate Councilor Romero Worth. I want to hear what you have to say. I think you do want to say something. I'll give you the same respect that you give me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. I don't know, Councilor Romero Worth, did you want to say any more? Or are you feeling like you've had your say?
No, and I'm sorry, Counselor, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I thought you were done, but I feel like I did answer what I saw, and what I see again is the fence on the other side is low, but for the actual structures of the houses that are built right up against the road, which are high because they're the garage and the houses, they're high. And yeah, I would agree. There are lots of these little gated gates or whatever what do they call them? Gates with the arches. But what this particular one, I think, does to this wall affects the architectural features and spaces that embody the status of the contributing yard wall structure. And again, that's the way I see it. But again, I completely respect if you see it a different way.
I want to ask about the coyote fence right adjacent to this property. And it's a high fence. Since you brought up fences, does that enter this equation anywhere?
I feel like it's part of the streetscape, and the streetscape in that little section is low.
But that coyote fence is high. I guess I know that's it. I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Garcia, your hand is up, so you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we've got to remember how, in the past, we've consistently said we've got to rely on staff, they're experts there. We've got to support them in their decisions. And we've got to remember that the decision by staff was that they recommended that the arch be moved. And so the wall would be constructed in a different manner, and it would alter, so to speak, to use Councilor Romero Worth's words, the streetscape. So now we're saying that we don't support staff, or what I'm understanding is the decision by staff is superseded by the H board, and we have to go with that. And I don't believe that. I strongly believe we have to move forward with staff's recommendations, which would allow the applicant to alter the wall. their recommendation was to move it a little to the left in altering the wall. And to touch on the point that Councilor Vihil Coppler just brought up in regards to the coyote fence, as I pointed out earlier in my questioning, if you looked at reference, that coyote fence is even a little higher than the existing highest point on the wall. And to say that the walls around the adjoining property are low, that completely is baseless, because the next door neighbor has a wall that's higher than the existing homeowner's wall or the appellant's wall. So I think with that being said, our decision is clear in that sense. If we move forward with the recommendation by staff, and if we move forward with the precedent set by past decisions by governing body members, the right choice and the correct choice would be to appeal or grant the appeal, not deny it. There's no factual evidence to deny it, because as I mentioned, it will land us up in court. No further comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So I wonder if any of our other colleagues want to provide any insight. I think it's obviously a very complex case on a number of dimensions, including what we saw and how we interpreted what we saw. Anyone else want to provide a little context, clarity, or point of view that hasn't been expressed yet? I don't see any hands going up. So that being said, could the clerk please call the roll on the motion?
Yes. Councilor Cassett Sanchez?
No.
Councilor Garcia?
No.
Councilor Lindell?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth?
Yes.
Councilor Vihil Coppler?
No.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
No.
Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
And I'd like to explain my vote.
Okay.
I really, I think the division, the split vote reflects just what a challenging case this really is. I think the quality of the wall as it is as we heard read to us, very, very historical, very charming, very much in keeping with that part of the neighborhood. It's something that I believe is worth preserving to the best of our ability to maintain that entire sense of place and space. And it's yet another example of the very close calls that we're being asked to make as a governing body on a whole set of issues that relate to the context, the character, the feeling of the city of Santa Fe, and in this case, in one of the most sensitive areas in the historic district. And I really respect the arguments on both sides. I do think it's a very textured case, as both staff and the appellant pointed out. It is not one of those absolute clear to everybody to see it the exact same way. But in this case, I'm prepared to cast a vote on the side of keeping the context and the texture in its existing form and space as a reflection of the history of not just that property, but the most immediate surrounding properties. But I do have a great deal of regard for all of the points that were made tonight. I thought the questions were very well done, and I thought the answers from both staff and appellant were compelling. And so it's a very hard case, and I appreciate folks articulating their points of view.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Vihil Coppler.
I have a question on procedure, and not because you spoke, but aren't we supposed to ask to explain our vote before we vote?
Oh, I thought you could do it after you vote, before you vote. I wasn't that well versed in sequencing. If I should have done it before I voted, I would have done it. I'm sorry if I violated process.
Well, that's just what I recall, and that it's only supposed to be for a minute. Now, I only ask this because I want to make sure that I understand.
Mayor Weber, Counselor, let's look at that. I'm not sure it's express on that point, but we can get back to you on that issue.
Very good. Anybody else want to ask a question, or let's move on, I guess, is the next step. Thank you, everybody, for your very deep assessment. Could the clerk read the next item on the agenda, please?
Yes, Mayor. 1 second. The next item is a resolution proclaiming severe or extreme drought conditions exist in the city of Santa Fe and imposing restrictions, restricting the sale or use of fireworks within the city of Santa Fe and prohibiting other hazard activities. Geronimo Grego, our acting fire marshal, is here and available, as well as many other members of our fire department, Mayor.
Thank you. And this is also a public hearing, so we'll conduct it in that manner. I think we should begin with the staff report, and then go to public testimony, go to questions, and then move forward from there. So can we please get a staff report on this item? Who's gonna be presenting to us tonight?
Good evening, Mayor Weber, governing bodies, Geronimo Grego, acting fire marshal with the City of Santa Fe Fire Department. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, you're very clear. Thank you.
Okay. Anyway, we are currently in exceptional drought conditions, which is 4 levels. 2 levels above the severe drought conditions that are provided by the documentation in Exhibit A. So the concern is the restrictions be imposed currently, and as soon as possible because of the fire restrictions and the drought conditions in the area.
Thank you. I assume that you just want to keep it straightforward and let the report speak for itself. So and if you have more to say, I'm sure you'll get questions from our governing body member.
Yes, sir.
I think, Aaron, correct me if I'm wrong, but we should now entertain public comment on this item, because we don't really have a sworn testimony from another side.
Right, Mayor. I think that would be appropriate. Yes, if any of the attendees have public comment.
So we have a hand up in the attendee room. I think Ms. Beninato is the member who wishes to address this item. I assume, Carl, we want to swear her in because it's a different hearing.
Do I have to get sworn in again?
Well, it's a different, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. That
Okay.
is the procedure.
Okay.
Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I
Thank
do.
you.
I just want to say that I'm in support of this. Obviously, we are in a drought. It's been probably one of the record-setting years in terms of the lack of water. I'm actually very concerned about forest fires and about fireworks setting off fires. And I just hope that there'll be enforcement because I think this resolution gets passed. And then for a week before and a week after, at least, there are fireworks all over town. So I do hope that there'll be some plan to actually monitor the setting off of fireworks without people having to call in and call in and call in and not really getting much of a response. Thank you.
Thank you. That completes the public testimony. There are no other attendees whose hands are up to speak to this matter. Are there questions by the governing body of staff or our one public witness? Can we get a motion? Oh, Councilor Garcia, I apologize. Didn't see your hand. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just quick questions, I guess, in regards to, I guess, enforcement, because it does say there's no, the certain types of fireworks that would be not allowed. And I know that, as we get closer to the 4th of July, fireworks are usually sold at, every major grocery store, and lots of places sell fireworks. So I guess my question is, what is the city's plan in regards to working with retailers to inform them that this would not be allowed for this year?
Geronimo, is that something you can address? I think you're muted, however.
Thank you, and I apologize about that.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia and staff and governing body, I just wanted to let you know that this will allow us to, with the extreme or the exceptional drought conditions, we can actually discuss this with the retailers ahead of time and allow us to impose restrictions that we see fit. There are in the resolution things that are prohibited as far as the height requirements, but this will also allow us to, if we needed to, discuss safe and sane fireworks with nothing that exceeds over 10 feet in height.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Griego. Really appreciate that.
Yes,
no
sir.
other questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Anybody else wish to raise a question at this time? If not, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Rivera.
Thanks. So we do this, we haven't done it for a while, but we typically do it when the conditions are ripe for forest fire, which is where we're at right now. Extreme drought, dry, high winds, lots of fuel. Fireworks, clearly we work with all the vendors, the grocery stores, Allsups, to make sure that they know what they can and cannot sell. The issue has always been the fireworks sales that occur outside the city limits, which don't have to follow our restrictions. So just like any other time, it's difficult sometimes to catch people using illegal fireworks, but I know once this is passed and goes into effect, there will be an attempt and some teeth with it if they do catch people violating the law. So again, it is difficult, but occasionally they do catch somebody. And I believe as long as the conditions stay the same, according to state law, this has to be approved on a monthly basis. And, if we get lots of rain between now and prior to July 4th, then we can ease up on the restrictions and perhaps allow a little more flexibility with fireworks. But that's going to depend on the weather and rain and everything else. And don't think that a little bit of rain is enough to get us out of a drought, because oftentimes all that does is give the vegetation enough time to grow high enough just to get dry again, and really just provides more fuel. So it has to be long, sustained rains for us to get out of this. So I think it's very important to our watershed, important to our community. So thank you all for your support. And with that, I'll move for approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
We have a motion to approve from Councilor Rivera, and a second from Councilor Romero Worth. Is there any discussion of the motion? I would just offer my support for what Councilor Rivera just said. Whether or not we're able to have detailed spot inspection it would be terrific if we could, but what's most important is the sense of this governing body that we are in a very dangerous time, and that we really must send a message to our community that in this very dry period, any kind of fireworks displays that could risk the safety of our community need to be discouraged. And we're sending that signal loud and clear. We should ask people to be self-enforcing and enforcing with their friends and neighbors of this policy so that we keep Santa Fe safe in this very heightened fire season. Any other discussion? Before we vote, Councilor Viel-Koppler, I have an answer for you about your earlier question. Anyone can ask to explain their vote. Our rules don't specify when. It does say keep it at a minute or less. So if you, after we vote, you can offer an explanation, or before you vote, you can offer an explanation. The rules don't distinguish.
Point of order.
Councilor Romero Worth.
I'd like the city attorney to confirm that. I don't think you get to explain your vote until after the vote. And what you just said indicates.
No, I mean, you don't have to announce that you're going to explain your vote before you vote. That was the question.
Okay, but just to be clear, so I can say, I want to explain my vote and I vote yes, or I can say yes, and I'd like to explain my vote, but you don't get to actually explain your vote till after the vote is all I want to be clear about.
I was addressing when, I think Councilor Viel-Koppler's question was, do you need to announce your intent?
Yes, that was her question.
And the information was, no, it's not required to be done before you cast your vote.
Right, and I just wanted to clarify the answer. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, everybody. So with that having been clarified, could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes. Councilor Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Lindell?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth?
Yes.
Councilor Viel-Koppler?
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes, and I'd like to co-sponsor.
You got it. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you for your presence, Geronimo. Appreciate it. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Weber, and thank you, governing body. Thanks for your support.
Appreciate you. So with that vote, we now go back to the agenda, and we are now poised for the information item involving the most recent briefing on the Midtown. And with that, Mr. Brown, I guess you're going to walk us through this presentation tonight, or at least kick it off, and then have some of your colleagues take different roles.
Mr. Mayor, good evening. Thank you so much, and good evening to the council body, and thank you for giving us this time. Our Midtown Biweekly Development Update report tonight will focus on land use planning. Land use and development planning will be instrumental to our Midtown moving forward. And our team here tonight is proposing an approach to zoning and planning development using local C2 zoning to achieve the type of dynamic mixed-use sustainable development described in the planning guidelines. This approach integrates and links land use and development planning. And then this is just a starting point or a foundation to which we want to test, refine, and develop the broader public engagement and regulatory hearing processes. So the team tonight will present regular updates over the course of the year at these meetings and prior to actual regulatory approval processes. The team tonight includes Director Isaacson, Planning Manager Noah Burke, Assistant City Attorney Sally Paez, and they're all from the Land Use and Planning Department, plus our Midtown consultants, Stefan Pellegrino, Principal at Octopus, Dina Belzer, Principal at Strategic Economics, and Daniel Hernandez, our Redevelopment Project Manager. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Pellegrino, if you could give him shared screen space, and he'll take you through the land use presentation, and our staff and consultants will be able to answer any of your questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Stefan, you ready to go?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilor.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we haven't quite started yet. And I want to note that there are no attachments to this agenda item. And is there something that we can get as this goes on? Because I find it very difficult to plan for my questions and discussion on such an important project, and we get nothing to review prior to like right now, which means the public doesn't get it either. And now earlier I asked that this be moved up so the public could take advantage of the discussion, and I understand your answer, which was they can review it on film later, but they won't have the attachments either. And we've talked a great deal about transparency for this Midtown project. And every meeting when we get a presentation, I know you know, I invariably ask, do we have this presentation? And then it either gets sent to us, but we always get presented with something new. And tonight we have no materials. And I just think this project is so important, and I like to study what's going to be presented. And so now, you know, there's nothing for me to do but just listen and not have any prepared questions. And I think that's not a good position for the governing body to be in for such an important project. And so if there's anything that one can take away from this, it is that I don't know if I need to prepare a resolution to get documents. I'm not sure, but we just don't seem to be getting them. And I'm not really, I'm not feeling too good about that. So I guess I can ask if there's a presentation, you could email us at this moment. You know, I like to scroll through things, and sometimes the things that are on the screen as you're presenting, you take away before, you know, I've had a chance to digest what you're saying. So plus, you know, that doesn't give us anything to refer to later on. Screen sharing is great, but it sure doesn't provide the kind of analysis and research that I think I, as a counselor, want to do.
Rich, Mr. Brown, is there a PowerPoint or something that we'll be seeing that could be sent as an attachment in real time to council members' email right now? Or how can you help Councilor Vihel-Coppler with her desire to have something in front of her rather than just looking at the screen? Is there anything we can do in real time?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihel-Coppler, yes, we finished this about 5:30 tonight. So I can ask Stefan or Daniel to get a copy out to me, and I'll send it out to everyone while he's presenting.
Thank you for that. And
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to request that we get these documents in PrimeGov loaded as we do any other council documents, so that we can have the time to prepare. This is not working for me, and I don't know if any other counselors, if it's working for them, then superpowers to them, but I don't have those superpowers. And I think it's only right, it's the professional thing to do, and it's transparent. Thank you.
Very good. With that, we'll try to get that presentation out in real time. And then we will have a chance to go over it in the meantime as a presentation. So back to you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to turn it over to Stefan and team to start the presentation, and he just needs screen share ability. Stefan, I think you should be good.
Great, thank you, Rich. Good evening, Mayor Weber and members of the governing body. I'm Stefan Pellegrini. I'm principal with Opticos Design and part of the Midtown consultant team. I just sent an email to Rich with a link to download the slides that I'm about to share with you. This is a fairly brief presentation. There's about 15 slides, and I look forward to additional discussion and questions on this topic. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. So hopefully everyone can see my screen at this time. So what I'm going to do this evening is talk a little bit about the approach that staff and the consultant team have been working on to move the Midtown Campus project forward. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the approach to this process, a little bit about why we feel it's important for the city to move forward in this way. And then I'll spend a little bit of time talking about the components of the approach. What we want to give you a sense of what the next steps are that we feel need to be set into motion, and what we can expect from the process over the course of the next several months. So just to sort of start here, why we think it's important for the city at this juncture to lead this effort. We feel that it's important to get the necessary elements together which can move the disposition and development of the campus forward, that can sort of facilitate the sale of the campus and moving forward in terms of its development as a cohesive project. And the components that I want to talk about are sort of, I'll refer to these in summary as a development plan framework, but these pieces will need to come together: a vision plan and development program, an infrastructure plan, a regulatory framework that can guide future development on the campus, and an implementation strategy that can provide sort of a variety of policies and strategies to help move the project forward. And one of the things that we're thinking about is that it's going to be important to balance the flexibility that future developers on the campus site will need with the predictability that the city can have as stewards of the property in order to move a project forward that is sort of a reflection of community desires as they've been expressed. And so it's important to think about what I'm about to talk about in the context of engaging with the community and integrating the ongoing community outreach process into the work that needs to be done over the next several months. So this diagram starts to demonstrate what we can expect with regards to the development planning process. This is sort of the beginning of what you sort of might expect as a schedule, starting with the third quarter of this year and moving through the second quarter of 2022 and potentially beyond. But what we wanted to sort of describe at this juncture are the sort of different elements of the process that need to come together over the next several months, starting with public engagement, which of course is sort of ongoing, that really needs to sort of help inform the content that will need to go into the development framework plan. And we feel fairly confident that given where we are, that is something that is achievable over the next several months in the third and fourth quarters of 2021. Once we arrive at a draft plan, there can be content in that plan that will make the other necessary elements of moving this process forward possible. And that includes both a rezoning and a general plan amendment. And I hope we have an opportunity to sort of talk about sort of both of those elements this evening. And so those are all mechanisms that will require public hearings and public consideration. And we believe that a development framework plan can move through this process together with rezoning and general plan amendments towards a final plan that should be ready around the second quarter of 2022 or later. And this slide just provides sort of a summary of what we can expect from the governing body. And I know that all of you are receiving periodic updates about the Midtown Development Plan process. And there will be several other opportunities for check-ins with a lot more content to review and discuss. But this actually provides just sort of a summary of the different regulatory approvals, the general plan amendment, the rezoning, and the adoption of a master plan are all activities that will require governing body hearings, as well as hearings with the Planning Commission. And as I mentioned, it's going to be important to integrate the community engagement process that has been ongoing into the development of this development framework plan. So we need to really build on previous public inputs and goals that have been expressed. And what we sort of hope is that in the coming months, a process can be formulated that actually provides an opportunity for community members to interact with the folks who are working on this process and provide direct feedback loops into the process that can help to synthesize feedback and move towards consensus elements that can be reflected in the plan. And that we feel that the community has an opportunity to provide input on sort of two important considerations. One with regards to the physical outcome of the campus with regards to space, uses, design, and character, but also elements that will help with policy and implementation. And these include sort of the regulatory framework, the zoning and the development standards that need to be put forward, as well as sort of other policies and implementing actions that can be reflected in the implementation plan. So now I'm just going to spend a few minutes just to talk about the different components of this development framework plan that I mentioned on the previous slide. And I'm going to go through these. There's 2 slides here, and then I'll sort of break these down in a little bit more detail on the following sequence. These are the elements that we can expect that need to be included in the development framework plan, again, to make the site and the content ready to move the rezoning and the general plan amendment forward. So we need to be able to sort of talk and discuss a site plan, which includes consideration of both development capacity, information about access, connectivity and circulation, transportation, as well as sort of a phasing strategy that can sort of start to understand how the disposition and development of the site can actually occur. The plan will need to actually communicate information about land use and about infrastructure and utilities, both initial needs that are needed today, as well as future infrastructure needs that might be requirements of future build out. The plan will need to put forward a regulatory framework, and I'm going to talk a little bit about tonight about a form-based approach, again, that can balance flexibility for future developers, but also ensure a high degree of predictability for the city and the community. And then I'll talk a little bit about sort of implementation and entitlements. We have an opportunity to identify in the framework the costs of public improvements, to identify financing strategies to pay for those public improvements, particularly where they are important to move forward the sale and disposition of the land. And we also have an opportunity to talk about review processes and procedures that can set expectations for future development review and approvals at the site. So now I'm just going to sort of break those down a little bit more in detail. With regards to the site plan, we have an opportunity to sort of think about how development on the campus can physically outcome. And that means that we'll have an opportunity sort of to discuss guiding development principles and policies that will drive that development. We'll have an opportunity to talk about an appropriate range of development program and a phasing strategy for how that program actually might emerge. And we'll also be able to demonstrate both physically and visually how that program might fit on the site. And that has to do with what we would refer to as test fits for both how buildings might fit, but also how sort of public spaces and spaces such as streets or parks or other open spaces can also emerge on the site in different shapes or forms. We also have an opportunity to sort of talk about allowable land uses. And I mentioned a little bit sort of about the rezoning process. There is a desire from staff to rezone the site away from R5, which exists today, to C2. What C2 will allow is a great number of land uses on the property. But what the development framework can do is start to talk about how those land uses can be organized geographically on the site, where specific uses actually might be allowed or not allowed, and also determine when uses might need additional review. And this is sort of an important consideration when we think about mixed use environments, that we don't always know what the outcome of what's going to be proposed. And so we can set parameters for additional review thresholds when certain kinds of uses are proposed in a mixed use environment.
Stefan, can I interrupt for a second? I just want to let
please do.
Sorry, I want to let the council know I just sent the presentation slide over in your inbox. It's about a 3 megabyte file, so it might take a little while to get there.
Thank you, Rich. So we're about halfway through these elements. The plan can talk about infrastructure. There is a need and an opportunity here to fully describe the existing conditions on the site, as well as sort of make estimates with regards to the locations of quantities of infrastructure that can support a future development program. And this is going to be sort of an important consideration, again, for helping to sort of move development at the planned site forward. And then I mentioned a little bit sort of about a regulatory framework and this idea about a form-based approach. And what I mean by that is that rather than setting forward a development plan that might say a specific building or a specific use needs to go in a specific location, we can set forward regulatory parameters that actually might provide for a range of outcomes to occur, but following a prescriptive set of guidelines and standards. So that means that different kinds of projects might be proposed at the Midtown site, but they would be required to sort of fit into the same regulatory environment towards making the same kind of space with the same kind of character and the same kind of built form, regardless of the different uses that actually might be proposed or built over time. And we have an opportunity to sort of think about both built form, how private buildings actually might emerge here, and also how a public realm might emerge with regards to the design of streets, their placement and disposition, and also civic and public spaces. And again, I sort of want to arrive at this is that we want to allow for multiple outcomes that can provide flexibility for future developers, but we want to be able to, again, establish some degree of predictability for form. We don't want a situation where a future application to the site actually might mean a completely different physical environment would emerge. And we know enough about mixed use environments that we actually can rely on a regulatory framework like this to make those future outcomes more predictable. So I'm going to talk a little bit about sort of the three components of that: the built form, the streets, and the civic spaces. These are examples from another project that we've been discussing with staff that we felt sort of presented an important case study for the site. Of course, these are not images of the Midtown campus, but they were selected in many ways because there were some similarities with regards to the strategies that were used. And this is sort of an example of what I mean by form-based standards. And again, this is sort of a strategy that we can use. Instead of making specific predictions about what might happen on a particular location, a development framework can actually put forward a set of prescriptive development standards that can provide a variety of things to occur, provided that buildings actually are built to certain development standards that are set forward in the framework. We can also do that for streets. We can provide guidance, and we know at Midtown there are existing streets, but as the site builds out, it would be useful to provide additional connectivity and to think about the site and its subdivision into a future network of interconnected streets and blocks. And we also have an opportunity to provide similar guidance for civic spaces. When I use the term civic space here, I'm referring to open space that is publicly accessible and available for use for the public. These can be different parks in different dispositions, plazas, other kinds of open spaces that would be integral to the development of the site. And we have an opportunity to say something about how much, where, and how these sites can actually be designed to be complementary to sort of a larger strategy. And then the plan can say something about implementation. The goals that are listed on this site are goals that we have heard as recurring issues coming from the community and being expressed to date as priorities for the site. We know it's going to be important to move forward with this idea of inclusive economic growth and development, and that an implementation plan will need to say something about these things, about job growth, workforce development, about focused growth that helps support Santa Fe's continued goals to grow as a compact and walkable city. I need to say something about housing affordability and arts and culture. And so we need to sort of expect and anticipate a roadmap for implementation that can identify priorities and priority actions, can say something about how much planned infrastructure might cost and ways that infrastructure can be financed. And it can also say something about community and sustainable development strategies, what can be expected of future applicants, future folks who actually might be interested in development at the Midtown site with regards to moving both community benefits and sustainable development forward. And these, again, are just some images that come from other projects that sort of call in mind the kinds of content that we would expect to need to develop over the coming months. Again, the idea is to sort of establish a roadmap for development and for implementation, understanding that that's going to require participation both from future property owners and folks who actually might be willing to purchase at the Midtown campus, but also the city's goals to make continued investments there in public infrastructure to make that development possible. So this is going back to that initial slide that I started with, just to sort of, again, summarize these sort of regulatory approvals that we are anticipating. And what staff would like to do is move this process of developing this development plan framework forward and bring up to the point, working with the community to review that content in draft form, and which would allow us to sort of move forward with these subsequent actions by the governing body. And this would include a general plan amendment and a rezoning to change the land use and the zoning designation, as well as the adoption of sort of a final master plan. And all three of these actions would require consideration from the governing body and public hearings. So that concludes my presentation this evening. I very much appreciate your time and look forward to any questions and comments you might have about this information.
Thank you. You might temporarily take down the screen share, and then as folks have a specific reference, you can pop it back up. Councilor Maraworth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. How is there, and I don't know who to address this to, so maybe I can ask the question and whoever is in the best position to answer. The time frame that you've laid out, is it, given that we're taking this on versus having, if we had been able to have a master developer, how is the time frame differ if it does, or would the same kinds of things have been necessary and, required, the amount of time that you're laying out?
Rich, do you Is Stefan the right man, or Rich, do you want to be the quarterback?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero-Worth, I'm going to have Eli sort of moderate the questions, but I think Stefan and Eli could talk about the planning. That chart he has in front of you can give you a sense of the timing.
Thank you, Mayor Weber, members of the governing body. I think that's a really good question. What we're showing here is in discussions with the team, we thought it would be appropriate to begin the rezoning process after there's been an opportunity to really engage with the community about the reasons for needing to rezone the property. I think what we want to avoid is a scenario where residents around Midtown campus all of a sudden see a bunch of yellow ENN posters up on the campus notifying them of a rezoning application without knowing the fundamental reasons why the city and staff is recommending the types of rezonings that we are envisioning for the site. Right now, we're envisioning recommending a rezone to the C2 or our commercial 2 zoning category. But that really should be a determination that comes out of a public process. And so we want to make sure that we are using our existing community engagement outreach efforts to include conversations about rezoning of the property, start developing sort of initial ideas around this draft development framework plan, and let those sort of conversations inform what we would eventually be requesting in terms of a rezone for the property. And so that's why this is shown the way it is. In terms of the overall timelines for this project, I do think they're similar to what the timelines would be had we had a master development partner still on board. In their conversations with staff, and I think also with the governing body, they were projecting much longer timelines on these different elements because I think there was uncertainty on their part, both around the market, but also around these processes and working with both the community of Santa Fe, but also the city of Santa Fe. And so being internal to us as a department and to a city, a community development, public works, everyone that's involved, I think we have a much better sense of what the actual timelines are for this. And I think while this slide is meant to be maybe more conceptual, it does approximate what we're estimating in terms of overall timelines for these different efforts. And more importantly, I think it's the sequence of events and the relationship of these different efforts to one another in getting us to an eventual outcome, which is a development plan for the Midtown site.
Okay, thank you. And then one other question. You've talked about having this framework for the types of uses for the property. And I guess what I'm curious about, we know that this property, we need to build affordable housing, and I think we need to build a lot of it. And I guess the question is, how do we determine and obtain the amount of housing that we want and need from this site, and how do we get to know how do we determine it?
That's an excellent question. I don't know, Stefan, if you want to jump in on this one. I also have some ideas, but Stefan, do you want to start?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, and I want to go back to sort of that concept of test fits that I described, and that an important first step will be to sort of understand what the development capacity of the site really is. And I think we know a little bit about that through the RFEI process, but there's more to learn. And when we think about that in the context of Midtown's presence under the Midtown Link, and that there are already sort of certain incentives to develop residential mixed-use projects on that site. So we can think about that scale that the link expects as sort of a starting point. But we also, I think, need to actually just look at the vacant sites on the Midtown campus, think about them as opportunity sites, and really test them to understand what's really feasible there, thinking about that scale as a starting point. So that's the physical piece is absolutely sort of one element to that. There's another piece that has to do with the market that actually might be there, and the absorption rate that actually might be able to sort of accommodate multiple residential projects over many years, as well as sort of this other kinds of strategies that would be important to develop to bring affordable housing to this site. And so all those things I think are really important elements that need to be discussed that will all sort of help inform how much affordable housing and how it sort of looks and ends up sort of being inserted into the site are all sort of important decisions that will need to be made.
And I guess the last question would be similar to the zoning and the timeline. Will you be using the public engagement process to build that understanding of the affordable housing piece and what that requires?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Mayor Worth, absolutely. I think it's a combination of public process, but also sort of understanding underlying economic forces. And that's part of why this approach that we're discussing tonight, I think, is so important, is that it does allow that flexibility. I don't think we want to be in a position where we're overly prescriptive around tenant mix in our mixed use development. So as we heard as recently as Zia Station, right, that they may predict a 60-40 split retail to residential in the development, but as the market changes, that relationship may flip, or may even do more than flip. It may become 70% housing and 30% retail or something like that. And so we want to create a development framework that allows us to be responsive to those changing economic conditions while still ensuring that public benefit that we're promising our constituents around what we need at the site in terms of the city and in terms of the community. And obviously, affordable housing is one of those significant needs we have right now.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have, Mayor.
Stefan, I have a couple of things I'd appreciate you doing. I know it's late, but it's good to take a little bit of time. As Councilor Vihel-Copper pointed out, this is a very, very important project, and we are now embarking through this presentation on one of the most important parts of it, which has to do with the land use planning piece, the site planning and the phasing and the rezoning. So if you could do me a favor, I have a couple of questions. One is simply, I think we didn't give you a proper opportunity to introduce yourself and talk a little bit about who you are and your background and some of the experiences you've had with projects or opportunities like this one. Obviously, there's nothing like this one, but other communities have their own opportunity to do a major community engagement and investment program, and you've seen this in other places. It'd be nice for folks who are listening or watching to meet you. And then I would love it if you would juxtapose for all of us kind of the 1970s or 80s version of a urban development planning process that we may have seen in other communities. I know I've seen projects done by major architectural firms. My wife was a principal at Skidmore, Owings and Merrill. And back, I hate to date myself, but back in the day, there was a way these things looked. You would ask a consultant to give you a master plan or a site plan, and they would do community engagement, and then you would get a plan. The plan would have streets, and the plan would have drawings of little trees and little people and benches, and you would end up voting yes or no on whether or not you liked that plan. What I see you presenting to us tonight is very different mental model planning in 2021 looks like. And it seems more both flexible, but also clear in terms of creating some boundaries or some guidelines. It seems that it offers the opportunity to break out the site into smaller blocks or component development opportunities rather than a one-time investment. It seems that it will allow what the community has said in the past, which it wants more developers to have a chance to participate, more local builders and firms to have a chance to have a good crack at this remarkable opportunity. But it also means that there will be coherence to it. So while there are bite-sized blocks, the blocks fit together into a whole. And I have to confess, it's a little new to me. I appreciated the photo of the Legos. I thought that might have been a clue as to how to think about this. But maybe you could give us a short autobiographical sketch and then give us a professional but layman's view of how this updates what we think of as planning in 2021. It seems to me it's more like a laptop than a mainframe.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Weber, and I appreciate the opportunity to sort of answer your questions. To reintroduce myself, I'm a principal at Opticos Design. We are an urban design, planning, and architecture firm that is situated in Berkeley, California. We've been in business for 20 years, and I have a 25-year career as a planner, an architect, and an urban designer. So I wear a lot of hats. I also tend to do work for both public and private clients. And so one of the things that I've tried to do over the years is to find solutions that can work for both public and private clients. And, we first and foremost sort of advocate for the communities that we work in, regardless of who we're working for. That's a little bit about me. There's a few things that our firm has done in 20 years that I'm very proud of. One of them is to advance 21st century zoning. We use the term form-based coding, which is a regulatory tool that emphasizes form as sort of a primary organizing principle rather than use. Form-based codes have been in use now for about 35 years, and there's about 700 communities in the United States that actually have adopted them, either to guide local area plans or in many increasing situations to sort of overhaul entire zoning ordinances. And I feel very fortunate to sort of worked on a number of those. So what I'm presenting tonight, the sort of form-based strategy, is something that would sort of take some of those elements. And I think what you described, Mayor Weber, as sort of the 1970s version of urban planning, there were some great things that came out of that, but it often ran into trouble when the vision of the person or people who were trying to move that plan forward for some reason couldn't be realized. It didn't transfer well to other parties. So you end up with a lot of situations where plans may get partially implemented, and then things, you might see a phase one that happens in the ground, and then there's things that happen after that that are sort of substantially different. And so we've been trying to sort of think about this, sort of how to actually sort of think about sort of the regulations first, about the zoning pieces first, so that we can actually deliver a set of tools that can help to help development occur as it always occurs, which is over time and over many generations. So I'm still pretty young, but I've had a very distinct opportunity to be involved in projects for more than a decade. Complex mixed-use projects take a long time to emerge after entitlement. And the people who actually make these decisions initially are not always there for those future phases. So we think about this regulatory strategy, again, to set something in motion that can ensure predictability over many generations, but also that needs to actually be able to adjust to market cycles that are going to go up and down, to changing considerations, what have you. To Eli's point, I'm working on a project in the California Bay Area right now that was entitled with a similar strategy. There was a large part of that project, over 100 acres of brownfield, that sought to move forward in 2016, a predominantly non-residential project that was sort of focused on research and development. They came back 6 months ago with a new developer who's actually proposing a substantially residential project. The project is now only 20% R&D and is over 80% residential. Initially, I think there were about 500 units of residential. Now there's 3,000. But what's fascinating is that the regulatory framework is holding up. The streets and blocks and urban spaces that are emerging are still accommodating the program, even though it's different. And I think that we have an opportunity to sort of do something similar at Midtown, where we can drive a conversation about the physical outcome, but realize that the actual parameters around land use and program are likely going to be need to adjust over many market cycles, and that the changing desires of sort of different developers and folks who want to invest on the site. So I hope that sort of answers both of your questions together, but I sort of appreciate an opportunity to discuss this.
Thank you. Councillor Vihel-Copper, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just want to state that I think that the governing body should continue to be involved, and I would like to see, as we have received before, some timeline decision points where things come to the governing body for approval. I think that's, we're the policymakers, and we are rightly the ones to decide the direction of the project. And there's very many decision points. I agree with Councilor Romero Worth that affordable housing should be a big component, but I think that in itself is a decision point, whether we all agree or not, that that kind of use needs to come before this body to make sure that we direct how this project is going to evolve. And I can see that this is going to take, a great many avenues or paths for shaping, including the zoning, which I know, we eventually will be involved, but the direction may not exactly be where we want to go. And that's the part that bothers me as a governing body member. And I think it should be of concern to everyone, because how this project eventually ends up is going to be, our responsibility along the way, whether we are sitting in this chair or not, but it should be how we shape this for the future and for future counselors. So, I have expressed that I feel that there's a decision that was made prior that we should have been involved in, and we should have voted on, and that was an opportunity missed. And so I don't want to see that kind of thing happen again, because we are being held accountable, and there are constituents that reach out to us and expect us to make those decisions, but we can't if they don't come to us. And so I just want to voice my appreciation for the work you're doing, and also to discuss what I would like to see as a governing body member and what I think our role is. And I don't want to see that watered down or forgotten, because we are the decision makers. And again, I know that in the past we have received timelines, and when, and in fact, I think more specifically, we can look at this down the road, but even months when we knew way ahead of time when we were to vote on something. So it gave us the opportunity individually to seek out comments from our constituents, because we knew that there was going to be a time where we were going to have to make these decisions. And it also coincided with public engagement that was going on at the time. So it gives us all an opportunity to be involved in shaping the destiny of what's going to happen here. And I really don't want that opportunity to be missed. And I'm still a little bruised from the last discussion we had about this. And so that's why I'm bringing it up again, and will probably continue to do so. Just so, I'm satisfied that I did what I could to represent people that I represent. So thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other feedback in the moment for Mr. Brown or any of the consulting team? We have these slides now in our inbox. I expect you'll be hearing feedback after there's been a chance to do more synthesizing, and we will look forward to continuing forward down this path. Appreciate we did bump you to the back end of the meeting, and I know that was a surprise, but thank you for accommodating us. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. That concludes this evening's business, and with that, we adjourn.